Okay, so let's just sit for a little bit. Oh, that's too good. Okay. So we can do some more sits this afternoon. What he's been suggesting in these last few sessions is be with how it is, open to the open, and don't contaminate it with any traces of striving or intention. Don't bring it in, just like we were saying, don't tell the tree what it is, receive the tree. Don't tell your mind what it is. Receive the openness of the mind and be with it as it is. Okay. So, now we have a very short section on the fourth of the yogas, the yoga of non-meditation. And the reason that it is very short is because this is the result of having gone through the three previous yogas. Having seen the one-pointedness of the absence of inherent existence in any distractions that might take you here and there, you can find yourself within the yoga of non-proliferation, which means whatever is coming is not other than its own ground, and it's not one thing following another. It's also the yoga of non-construction. It's or the yoga of effortlessly arising. Now we've been looking at the yoga of one taste, that whatever occurs, whether it seems to be inside or outside, it is exactly inseparable from emptiness. The one taste of everything is its emptiness. And that's why any time that you have spent reading the Heart Sutra and the Paramita literature is not wasted. There are different nuances which arise with this word emptiness. It's empty of self, empty of inherent existence. So what's something's there? This is the radiance of emptiness. So we have emptiness. In the first stages, when you're looking at emptiness, you're concerned with pointing to the absence of anything being established. Our mind, our world is empty of things. Self is not a thing. The objects we perceive are not a thing. So you're allowing the false belief in the true existence of appearances to dissolve in its own ground. Okay, so there's nothing. And yet, of course, we have all kinds of experiences. Things we like, don't like, and so on. What is this? And this is such an essential thing. If the European Union was to decide to close its boundaries because it realized that the food chain and the international markets of exchange were too vulnerable, and yet you're going to have a policy of reviving industry, reviving production, the EU is going to be sufficient in food, it's going to be sufficient in steel production, it's going to be sufficient in fuel production. Then there would be the EU, not requiring any imports, not requiring to do any exports, because if you export, then you get money, then you've got to use it to buy imports. So we don't need any imports or exports. It's just everything you see is the EU, made in the EU. If that was the case, you wouldn't need to have a sticker on it saying made in the EU, because it'll be made in the EU. So this is what the Heart Sutra is saying. Made in emptiness. Not made in Polish emptiness or German emptiness. Made in emptiness. Made of emptiness, in emptiness. Oh. Wherever you look, that's what you find. Emptiness is not nothing at all. It is the space within which this illusory manifestation occurs. And because this is an illusory manifestation and that is an illusory manifestation, there is no actual boundary between them, because there is no essence of this and essence of that to be in contradiction. So as we took the example earlier that now the borders between the different countries of Europe have been softened. In many places you can just drive right across the border, you don't have to stop, there's no passport check. So it's a free flow, because instead of fixating, this is Poland, this is Czech Republic, it's just Europe. It's just Europe. And it's very interesting, because I used to go across that border quite a bit, and the huge line of queues of lorries that used to be there are not there anymore. They're just driving through. Every now and then the police stop something, but it's going through. So you get unimpeded movement and this all-togetherness. So this is with the mind, that when you use a signifier that says a tree, a bush, a car, when it's clear for you this is an appearance which has no discrete essence keeping it apart from other appearances, as you relax the separative and individualizing focus of the dualizing consciousness that wants to be able to name things and define precisely what they are, it's just light. It's just like permutations of light. We're living in a field of light which has differentiation, but the differentiation is not pointing to underpinning individual essences. This is the heart of the teaching. So when we conceptualize separate entities with their own essences, this is a domain of fabrication and as if formulation layered over the freshness of the undivided field. Because the field is undivided, it still has diversity. And because it has diversity, if you're driving in the car, you can see the patterning which is arising as the road. There's your view and your rear mirror view. There's cars coming up beside you. There's a roundabout coming. It's all coming at once. And it's because it's all coming at once, you can be a good driver. If you could only see in a serial way this and this and this, and you're trying to work out what to do, that'd be very, very difficult. It's all there, and you're moving as part of the field in the field. And so you navigate the field. So when we apply this to all experience, you see, oh, it all has one taste, and yet it has diverse forms. The diverse forms indicate the creativity of the ground, and the one taste indicates that they don't stray from the ground. So now he goes to this fourth aspect, the yoga of non-meditation. Having determined, or having become clear in yourself, not determined as making a final decision, but having determined by looking and being clear, oh, this is how it is. Tanlapap in the Tibetan term is a kind of coming to a conclusion, coming to a certainty. But in a sense, it's more like being reconciled. Say you were up in the mountains and you take a path, and after half an hour you think, whoa, I'm not sure where I'm going. Let me go back to where I left the main path, and you go back and you're not sure which way to go now. An idea arises in your mind, maybe I've lost. No, I'm going to find the path. You go for another hour. You go for another 2 hours going this way and that way. This voice in the back of your head, I'm lost, getting a bit stronger. Finally, you're reconciled. I am lost. Oh, okay, I'm lost. So now I'm in another world. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. What is the instruction then? Sit on your arse. Because then the rescue team are more likely to find you. But if you keep wandering, it makes it more difficult for the people trying to find you. So when you see you've looked here for something, you've looked there for something, you've there something, I cannot find anything. But you really have to do the looking so that you trust. I have looked and looked and I have seen there is nothing to grasp. You still have that old habit formations of being sure that there is something. The grasping arises in you and you're trying to apprehend something, and you have to keep going at, actually there's nothing, I'm not getting anything. Emptiness is how it is. It's not a conceptual decision. It's not an accumulated decision. He'll describe precisely how it is. So he says, having determined or having arrived at the point of being reconciled to the fact that all phenomena are the Dharmakaya intrinsic co-emergence, there is the practice of non-meditation. So all phenomena, all the experiences you have, what you hear, what you taste, if you stay present with it without running a commentary over it, you see that this is the rich, amazingly wondrous diversity of possibilities which remain unborn, like the reflections never leaving the mirror. It is intrinsic co-emergence. It just emerges. The co-emergence or the showing is intrinsic to the Dharmakaya. When we look at the sky, there's me and the hope for the blue sky, and I look up and I see a cloud. So I'm sure, because I have some experience, behind the cloud there's a blue sky. So we've got three things. We've got me, the blue sky, and the cloud that's coming in between us. What I have to do is remove the cloud, and then I'll see the blue sky. That's what we would think, yeah? But if we keep looking, we see the cloud is in the sky. The problem is not the cloud, it's where I'm positioned. I'm positioned out of the sky, looking for the sky, at the sky, and therefore the cloud which is in the sky seems to be keeping me out of the sky. I'm the problem. It's my positioning apart from the field of experience that it makes me yearn for and look for something else. That's where an interruption can be, isn't it? If you are where you are, you're here. You're not going anywhere else. Here and now. Oh no, but I should be there. As soon as I should be there, you get problems. If you're late for your train and you're in a hurry and you're in the city, as soon as you realize, God, I'm late, and you start to move, everyone else on the pavement is an obstacle. You have to go all around them. Before you were taking your time, you're thinking you'll have a coffee, you looked at your watch, Oh, it's only 10 o'clock. And then you, oh God, it's 11. Oh, everybody gets in your way.
Yeah.
That's very interesting, isn't it? Because now you've got this triangulation. The train, which will leave on time, me, and all these fucking people. Get out of my way. But that's because of the juxtaposition. Before, I'm on the pavement, they're on the pavement, it's all moving together, co-emergence. So it's the fixity of my location which redefines what's occurring around me. So what this means is don't blame the object. Don't think that there are things to be done, either external formations or internal formations that have to be removed. Look at where you think you are. Where are you? If you think the sky is far away, I mean, sky here means like space. We are in space. I have space in my mouth, in my ears, in my nose. I have space between me and the people sitting around me. I have space between what's the space in the tent and outside the tent. I have space between the trees, above the trees, up to where the clouds are, space above. Who has taken their scissors and cut the space into pieces? So we have upper piece of space, middle piece of space, lower piece of space, outer piece of space, inner piece of space. It's not possible. It's space. Everything is within space. Space is undivided because we are the movement of space. So that is very radical. That's the true non-duality. I am not other than space, or the openness, or the emptiness. Therefore, what's getting in between me and space? Nothing. Oh, but I want that bit of space. I want the bright blue sky bit of space. What's wrong with this bit of space? No, but that bit's better. There's your conceptual mind. There's your dualistic consciousness. Space is always available. We live in space, as space, and this movement of space is our non-duality, just as the Heart Sutra describes. And he says, because all phenomena are not other than the intrinsic co-emergence Dharmakaya, means they're not other than space, there is the practice of non-meditation. So we've looked a little bit at this term Dzogpa Chenpo, that Dzogpa means complete. It's complete. You don't have to do anything. It's complete. It may not feel complete to us. We may feel there's a lack or an excess, or some new arrangement would be better. But if it's complete, it's complete. So that's what he's saying here. Because whatever is occurring is not different from the Dharmakaya, there's non-meditation. There's no need to meditate, no need to clarify anything, to develop anything. It's just this. So this is why it's the fourth level of the meditation. It's exactly the same kind of notion as Dzogchen. However it is, this is inseparable from the ground. This is the radiance of the ground. So this is the non-difference between primordial purity and effortless arising. This is the sahaj, or the instant arising together of space and whatever is present at the moment. That which is to be discarded, the afflictions, is exhausted. So normally we're thinking, I have my emotions, I've got my memories, my tendencies, I've got all the forms of limitation which afflict me, which get to me, which trouble me. Normally we say this is what you have to discard, but they are exhausted. They are exhausted because if I decide I hate you, and I see this thought arising in me, I, has no separate ground. This is an expression. Hate, strong emotion, moving in space, inseparable from space. You are who I think you are, but who are you? So if I can keep seeing my interpretation of you, I start to see the person I hate is my construct. And I'm constructing this person out of the flow of thoughts, each of which arises and passes, arises and passes. There is no self-existing object out there for me to hate. There's no self-existing subject inside. And the energetic movement also is just dissolving as it arises. So whatever we say, I like this, I need more, I'm going to go there, I'm never going there again, whatever the pulsation of connectivity would be, it's already exhausted. It's already gone. There's no basis for it. It was a delusion. So there's nothing to clear away. There's nothing has gone wrong. So as he's tracked us helpfully up these different stages, and we see the fundamental, unchanging impermanence or unbornness of whatever is occurring, self-arising, self-vanishing. And this is a movement in space. Because it's in space, not acting on space, it leaves no trace and goes without effort. There is nothing to be done. So again, that's the non-meditation. There is no problem when we are relaxed and seeing that everything is the patterning of illusion in the space of the mind itself. The antidotes that would get rid of them also are exhausted. So all the general Dharma paths of purification, improvement, the outer activities of building stupas and feeding the poor and so on, the inner practices of purifying the mind, developing good mental qualities, and the more deeper or the secret practices of awakening to the emptiness of phenomena, all of these antidotes are not needed because everything is already empty. There is nothing to be cleared away. Now, of course, immediately in our minds, we can think of things that are actually troubling. What does that mean if people are quarreling all the time or a relationship's very difficult? You just leave it as it is. How is it? Is it anything? So you think, oh, this is terrible, we're always fighting. Highly unlikely to be true. There's a lot of turbulence going on. Okay. When you're in deep unhappiness with your partner and you can't believe what they say to you and you can't seem to say anything that they understand, and there's just deep misunderstanding, stay on that. Stay exactly with it. Don't comment on it or try to shift it or change it. Stay on that point. Dissolve, dissolve, dissolve. The problem arises when you grasp it as something. What I feel is telling me about you. You make me feel this way. If I wasn't with you, I wouldn't be like this. I'd be really calm and nice and gentle. Everybody knows I'm like that. It's only when I get home and I'm with you that I get like this. People say that, yeah? They feel that. You're making me do this. Oh. And then you stay with that and it shifts. It starts to dissolve. How is this possible? because it wasn't anything. It was self-arising and self-vanishing. The seeming truth or intensity or power of it doesn't make it true. I'm the President of America! Is that true? Donald! Shout it! You shout a lie very loudly, it doesn't make it true. So the intensity of the emotion, it whacks you, it impacts you, but it doesn't establish anything. So that is the whole thing, is to look before you leap. Do you have that saying in German? It's exactly that. Look before you leap. Yeah? So you want to leap into what's going on. Somebody says something to you and you feel the necessity of getting back at them. What has happened? They've insulted you. Where is the insult? It's already gone. But I'm upset. That's your reaction, and that's going to go too. So you have a chain of pop, 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 like loose shunting old-fashioned trains, and they clack into each other. And then the drive, the impetus gradually depletes, and all the trucks come to a stop. Look, just observe. Thoughts are thinning in their power. Why leap in? What are you going to challenge? Trusting the self-liberation of illusory phenomena is how the ego is allowed to be present, but to give up its task of pseudo-leadership. Because the ego wants to lead, wants to know what to do, wants to be in charge, but actually everything it does stokes the fire. So you could spend a lot of time trying to cut off the ego and get rid of it. The ego will dissolve if it's not fed, and it's fed through the reiteration of dualistic structures. This is happening to me, I'm doing this, I don't like. So if instead of focusing on the ego itself, we just watch all these experiences, they arise, they pass. Nothing has occurred. Nothing has occurred. So the antidotes are exhausted. Exhausted here means more like redundant. Like we're no longer making steam engines, so all the work that went into the production of steam engines is gone. All the skills required to build trains running with steam engines becomes redundant. It's something you see in a museum or you read in a book in the library. But you'll find with time fewer and fewer people who know what to do with a steam engine. So in the same way, when we have these mental constructions which are held in place by our reiteration, if we don't feed them, they'll just gradually fade away. This is the end of the path. We're on a path because we want to go from bad places, difficult places, disturbing places. We want to go towards good places. As we go on this path, we find that even good places have problems. And we look back and think, oh, that wasn't too bad, was it? So, no place is perfect. Objectively, or in and of itself. There's always some potential provocations. However, now it is what it is. Here I am, in the here and now, being with however it arises. This is the end of the path, because the mind itself is not moving. Experience is moving. When we're thinking of our ego self, we're very active people. We do things. People sweeping out the kitchen, people helping the cooking, laying out the food, seeing that, oh, they're running short of cheese, going into the kitchen, bringing out. This is the ego activity. You see something, your cognition makes a sense of what needs to be done. This is the function of your consciousness, and so you're acting. There is something to be done. And that will always be the case, because as we put on the level of participation, this is a movement in the field of movement. I am doing it. I have to do it. My name's on the list, so I'm doing it. That's an identification. But when we sit in the practice, open, body's a wee bit wobbly, bit tired, but actually I'm not moving very much, but there is movement. I'm not moving, but there is movement. And the more we relax into the ever-present mind itself, there is awareness which doesn't move. Yet there is movement. The movement occurs within the field of awareness. So the kada, or the primordial purity, is the unchanging openness and unmovingness. It never moves, it never changes, it's just open and present, yet within it, effortlessly arising, is the potential of the two form kayas, the luminosity and the participation. These are movements within the still mind. So that takes us back to the beginning when we were looking at the shamatha and the vipassana. The importance of shamatha is that it shows you that there is calmness. There is artificially induced calmness by directing the mind and resisting the urge to distraction. But the deeper shamatha is to stay present with how it is, and you find that my mind has been a kind of composite, that there was an aspect of openness. Here I am, and yet I'm involved. Here I am, and I'm involved. That's to say, the movement that arises in the field, and the field that is open, it's not quite clear what their relationship is. That I'm not quite open into awareness. I'm still in a kind of consciousness that's impacted by what's going on, and I've got arousal. When we take that into the vipassana, we see movement is moving, and this is revealed or disclosed or seen by awareness. Awareness doesn't move, and so it sees the movement. I don't know how many people travel by train, but in the old days, if you were on the train and you come into a station, it's at the platform, and the trains come in from the other direction, it's on the platform, and you're looking out at them, and then there's a movement. At first, it's not clear whether are they moving or are we moving. So that's kind of the situation we're in a lot of the time. And the more we do the vipassana, we realize, oh, I'm settled in the unmoving. This movement is so close, so intimate with the unmoving, and yet the unmoving is not moving. So there's like the mirror, the reflections are moving in the mirror, and the mirror itself is not touched. So that's the vipassana, and then he took us into the one-pointedness and so on. And all of this brings us, as it ripens to this point. So this is the end of the path. Being here, present with the potential in its multiple forms, which, when we don't have an agenda, becomes more and more enjoyable. Like I was saying, if you're in a hurry to get to the train, everyone else on the pavement seems to be in your way. But if you're just relaxed, there's all this coming, and you don't need to work out what's it for, what does it mean, what will I do with it. It's just there. It's a radiance. It's not something that you have to make sense of, or produce or improve in any way. It's fine as it is. In Dzogchen, some people would call this the self-perfected nature of appearances. That term might speak to you. It's more that the ground is empty, what arises from the ground is empty too. As my teacher used to say again and again, if you plant barley, you won't get rice. If the ground is empty, the empty ground will have fruition as emptiness. That's just how it is. The Dharmakaya is the empty mind. From this arises this potential luminosity. From this arises participation in the manner of a dream in a world of illusions. These three are inseparable. So that's the end of the path. There's nowhere else to go with that, and yet it's not a dead end. You're not stuck, because it's movement. Stillness and movement are now revealed as a happy conjunction. It's not a synergy, because synergy usually implies a kind of balancing of two systems of movement. It's a processional quality. Here, the stillness is just still. It's not collaborating with the movement, except in as much as it doesn't impede it. It doesn't in any way try to alter what's going on. So then he says, from this there is nowhere else to be gone to and nothing to be entered. Now you're sitting here, it's open. Where is there other than this? Frankfurt. This is not Frankfurt. What is Frankfurt? It's a name. Saturday afternoon. Mum and Dad have gone to sleep. Maybe they're doing something together. We could play. Let's play at putting names on things. Let's call this Frankfurt. Shall we call it Frankfurt? Let's run around in Frankfurt. And we can go into sweet shops, and we have hamburgers and chips.
Sorry, my plane is leaving.
Oh. But it's like that, isn't it? It's a name. Frankfurt is a conventional name. Everybody agrees we will call this Frankfurt. Wonderful, but what is the this that you call Frankfurt? Because Frankfurt has a lot of streets, it's got a lot of regions, and the people who live in one area of Frankfurt probably don't go to the other areas very much. So they have their own specific Frankfurtness, their true Frankfurt, their my Frankfurt. So the name Frankfurt points to something where nobody lives, because they're living in their street with their local shop and so on. So when we're sitting here and we have an idea of somewhere else, we're moving towards an idea. And when you get there, you just name it and name it and name it. So everything is done as a sequence of names, but there is no real Frankfurt. So in London, they talk about the heart of London is the city of London. If you go there on a Sunday, all the banks and insurance companies are closed. It's dead, a dead heart. He's like, what is the heart? The heart is people. Where do the people live? All over the place in London. London has no heart. It has no center. It's just a place of movement. You can't find the heart. It has no inherent existence. It is a name applied to movement. So we're here, a thought arises, the thought is moving in your mind. Any plan you might have, oh, let's go to Frankfurt, we could take a taxi, probably costs a lot of money, who's got any dosh? Whole stream of signifiers, and you arrive in Frankfurt. Where do you arrive? In your mind. There is no Frankfurt other than your mind. Hopefully that doesn't sound too stupid now, because we've gone through it about 5 or 6 times. Frankfurt is a name that we apply to a very, very complex, unpredictable patterning of phenomena. There are sounds, there are smells, there are shapes of the buildings, incredible new buildings. There are winds, wind tunnel effects of these high towers and so on. There are many, many phenomena moving around there. How would you get Frankfurt from that? So you arrive and, let's call it Frankfurt. Okay, well, why don't we just stay here and call this Frankfurt? Because it's just a name. Just a name. What is Ukraine? Russia. Ukraine is Russia. It's just a name. That's what these wars show. It's up for grabs. This is the scary bit of the absence of inherent existence. There's no inner essence holding everything in place. Without ethics, the whole damn thing can collapse, because people say, well, if it's just an empty name, I'll have some. So Germany had some colonies in Africa, Britain had colonies all over the place, France had colonies, Belgium had colonies, Portugal, Spain. We went to other places and called them Portugal, Spain, because we took their emptiness as an invitation to fill the space with us. Yeah. That's so interesting. So when you have thoughts and you formulate something, you're filling the space of the potential of the moment with your thought. Now, if you recognize you're doing it, this is the play of the creativity of the movement of signifiers, and this is very helpful. We wouldn't have any shared participative life together if that wasn't the case. But nothing is established. It doesn't come to a final point, because after the Second World War, there started to be the wars of liberation, and gradually the Portuguese were kicked out of Angola and so on, the British left India, and everything changed. And since then, everything's been changing, because it's always changing. It has always been changing. It was never fully empty, and it was never fully full, because full and empty are the pulsations of form and emptiness. You look at world history in that way, you look at your own health in that way, you look at how you developed over the years. There is no path, because it's not going anywhere, because it's always here. Actually, intrinsically, it's always here and now. However that will be, because here and now has no fixed content. Everything is in here and now. You can't find anything outside here and now. So where is here and now? It's where you are, as long as you don't put false names on where you are. Even if you do, you're putting the falsity in the here and now, so you don't see the here and now. You imagine you're somewhere where you're not, because it's always here and now. So we have to look at the nature of this dualistic construction. So he says, nowhere else to go to, and nothing to be entered. That is to say, when a thought arises and you merge into the thought and it seems to take you, what have you merged into? What have you entered? Because the thought's already vanishing. We know this in the meditation. We get distracted by looking for gold where there's only fool's gold. There's only iron pyrites. It's shimmering, but it's not actual gold. It's an illusion. So you go into the thought, oh, and that thought's vanished. And now you're in another thought. That's not the thought you were in. So that's like a dream thing. Very often in a dream you go in one room and then you go out of it into another room, but it's not the room you thought you were going into. So he says there's nothing to enter, because everything you enter is nothing. And that nothing is not nothing. It's not a desolate nothing. It's nothing which is full of illusion. So then he says, there is no struggle to ascend to another place. What could be better than this? Ice cream?
Okay.
So we could add something on, but we're already not quite here when we're thinking that. When you're actually here and now, let's just try this. Let's just sit for a little bit, relax and open, focusing on here and now. Whatever comes and goes and moves around, just open to that. Okay. So does this experience or quality of here and now, does it have any fixed shape? It could sometimes feel quite big and sometimes feel quite small. Given this, can we see it as being relative to other shapes? It's nothing fixed that we could compare and contrast. So this indeterminacy of the infinity, of the openness of the here and now, is the site of everything. And when we have that clarity and that experientially led confidence, there's no struggle to get to another place, because all places are within the space of unfolding, and these places arise within the space as transient patternings. Transient pattern. Imagine you were sentenced to solitary confinement. You're in a small cell. You don't get out. It's maybe, let's say, 2 meters by 3 meters with a little toilet thing in the corner. You touch the walls, you touch the floor, you get to know it. You know how the tiles are fixed and so on. Every time you go round, you can count the tiles, the same pattern, same number. You start to feel a bit mad, because it starts to feel smaller, because you know it. And usually, if you're at home and you feel a bit kind of oppressed by things or too much pressure. You go, I'm going out for a walk. You walk around the streets, even if you're just in a city, you walk around the streets, you look at things, you come back a bit refreshed. You had some expansion, something new was happening. You're in this bloody room and it's all the same. You're building up more and more image. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. The food comes through a hole in the wall. Nobody speaks to me. Just in this entrapment. Here and now, this is arising. No past, no future, no conceptual present, always fresh. Always fresh. That is very challenging, but that's exactly what many Tibetan lamas did when they were put in prison. Tiny, smaller than the space I was saying, rough cement walls, no heating, very cold, no comfort, no reassurance, designed to be persecutory, and you could easily build up the sense of absolute persecution. That is getting to me. That is getting to me. This is not what I want. Feel all these constructions coming. Relax in the out-breath. Just here. Not what is it, but how is it? And with the how, even if there's electric light, no natural light, as you move around, from the angle of the light that's coming down, perhaps some shadow that your height is casting with the lamp, different forms are arising. This. It's always fresh. What makes it stale is that in order to know what it is, it's like this, and it's like this, and it's like this, and we build up a composite picture of what it is, but then it's very tight and very heavy. And if what it is bloody awful, is really unpleasant, then you're imprisoned by it. Because your thoughts are not opening you to how to be present, but they're continuing you in your reliance on thought production. And so you're in a room and you create another room that you're in, which is your absolute conviction, I'm trapped here in this terrible small room. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's so important to see whenever you're getting trapped, whether it's in a relationship or a financial deal or a police state. This is constricting. That's a fact. The external factors are constricting. Why am I adding extra constriction of applying signifiers that seem to shrink the options even more? Don't think about it. You can't think your way out. I'm here. So who is here? How am I here? And as soon as you look down that lens, it starts to open up. So this is such an important way of not being trapped. We are trapped by thoughts because our thoughts accumulate on the basis that they impute there is something there to think about. But the first thought is always fresh. It's the second thought that buggers it up, like the Drukpa in his book on poetry, first thought, best thought. The first thought is just this. When you start building on it, you lose it. So things like koans, haiku, are very helpful because they are a spontaneous, immediate expression. So you could say first thought or first perception, stay with that. Non-abiding nirvana. This is the Mahayana definition of nirvana. Nirvana is set as the opposition to samsara. Samsara is this endlessly moving set of linked rooms that you go from one to another, and it's very difficult to escape from. Nirvana, which means peace, non-disturbance, in the Mahayana tradition is called minepi nyangaledepa, because normally you would think here's samsara. We call it Europe. Here is nirvana, Britain. Thank God for Brexit. Now we found freedom. So we're going from this place of limitation to a place of freedom. So in the Mahayana tradition, they're saying nirvana doesn't stand in opposition to samsara. It doesn't have a place of otherness or differentiation, because nirvana is the truth of samsara. When you see how samsara is, it begins to show itself as nirvana. When you look at what samsara is, it traps you in its conceptual elaboration. Does that make sense? Yes. So the nirvana that doesn't abide anywhere is the possibility of liberation, which is found everywhere, because everywhere is here and now, the moment of the arousing. So, non-abiding nirvana, the supreme attainment of Mahamudra, has been achieved. So, where are we? We're here and now, but you can't find here and now any particular place, because here and now is always wherever you go. It's just this, it's just this. So there is nothing beyond this. Relaxed, open, being with what is occurring, able to respond, unimprisoned by the patterning of what's arising, because when you stay with how it is, it's self-resolving, self-resolving. Moreover, the meaning is as in these texts on mixing. So, mixing means you should merge your mind with the Guru, you should dissolve your conceptual mind in the Dharmakaya, and so on. So the text says, Keho, wonderful. This intrinsic awareness of original knowing is beyond the possibilities of speech and is not within the domain of mentation. Mentation is just another word for mental activity. I, Tili, meaning Tilopa, I, Tilopa, have nothing at all to show. By yourself, you must show it to yourself, then you will know. It's not an object. No matter how much any teacher or guru would love to show you, they can't show you. It's what you see when you don't project onto the field of seeing. When you project knowability into the field of seeing, you get confusion. Traditionally, there are said to be two kinds of obscuration. The outer or rougher form is the obscuration of the afflictions. Obscuration here, Drukpa, could mean like dirty windows. It's a lack of transparency, a lack of openness. So when the five poisons, the mental dullness, aversion, desire, jealousy and pride, when these are operating, because they're active, they're a kind of turbulence. And that turbulence, as if the traditional example would be, if you're out walking and you see a pool of water, if you took a stick and started stirring it, all the mud at the bottom and the dead leaves and so on would rise to the surface, and then it would be a dirty pond. If you leave it, the mud, which is a kind of colloidal formation in the water, would start to release and sink to the bottom. So when you agitate the situation, you get opacity, you lose the transparency. So that's what he's meaning here. That's that kind of obscuration. But the second obscuration is called Shechawe Drukpa, which means Shepa, we've looked at before, means to know, And chawa means the object of knowing, the obscuration of knowing something. So there's the reification that there is something to know, and then there's the kind of arriving at the point that you know something. You know, at school, you know, if you were struggling with a problem or you had to do something and you're trying and then you get it. Oh, that was hard. But it's somehow the problem is solved. You've worked out what to do in trigonometry. Oh, you've got the clarification of the ending of the problem. So when you know things, there's always problems. There's always something to be resolved, because a thing is a finite formation which is usually placed in an unhelpful environment, so you've got to make it work. It's the obscuration of dualistic knowledge, knowing something about something. So that obscuration is created by the mind when the mind is not able to see how it is. If you see how it is, there isn't a problem to be solved. It's just this. But what does this mean? Now you're going into the problem. What is it? It's not a what. Yeah, but that doesn't help. What the fuck is it? What is it? It's not a what. Well, what are we saying? Just how. This, forever and ever. Oh, God. But it's not like that, because the quality, the non-dual quality of seeing, being present in the moment of the arising and resolution of what arises, is free of duality. That is to say, I'm not trying to work out how it is or what it is. I'm not apart. I'm not isolated. I haven't anywhere to go. I am part of the field of emergence. So that's the very big shift. And that's why he's saying, you get all these descriptions. This intrinsic awareness, this awareness which is present just because it is, because the very nature of the whole shebang, how it is bright. It's illuminating. It's not dull, it's not fragmented, it's not solidified. And so it's separate from original knowing, because the knowing, which is dynamic, which doesn't arrive at a knowledge, but it's knowing as being present with each moment of disclosure. What is disclosed is the original nature, which is the ground and what arises from the ground in non-duality. And he says it's beyond the possibilities of speech, and you can't find it through your thought. It's a state of being, but not being as opposed to non-being. It's just presence, or it's just the ground, or it's just the foundation. It is as it is. And he says, Tilopa, this great yogi, I can't show it to you. I can give you the words that describe it, but because it's not a thing, I can't give it to you. He would have given it if he could. You know, when he met Naropa, he would have given it to him, saying, look, I've got a spare one in my pocket, have an enlightenment. But he doesn't do that. He gives him all these experiences which are designed to help Naropa to see. You yourself must show it to yourself, then you will know. So, we're sitting, relaxing the out-breath. Formations are occurring. Some are like subtle subject side formations. I am the one experiencing this. Some are like object formations. So, aeroplane, I know it's an aeroplane. So even just with the first rumble, object, subject. So they arise. If we leave them alone, they vanish. But with our karmic tendency, they're very tempting, because it just is, but what is it? See, this is, I want to know what's going on. So as soon as you put in a what, the what is like a wedge that goes into the crack, because the mind is not yet fully settled into the circle of its own integrity. There's a little subtle duality there. What whacks in the wedge and opens that crack. So what was that? Then you start to build up pictures. There's something to think about. But if we just stay with it, not knowing, it becomes clear. So this is very, very challenging. It's very, very challenging. Because when I was training as an art therapist, I was in an art school, and in the main room where we were doing oil painting, there was a big banner over the door that had been put up by some previous year that said, "Only don't know." It's a slogan. And it's that. If you're painting, if you start with an idea, how will you explore the nature of color? You have to allow the painting to emerge rather than have a vision and try to paint it. This representational painting was fairly out of fashion. So by not knowing, you open the door to possibilities. You let go of the foreclosure of, I know what I'm about. But the problem for us is, the one who knows, who wants to know what it's all about, is our ego self. Because if something's going on and I don't know what it is, and all you guys know what it is, then it's not very happy. When I was in school, my father didn't want to buy a television. This is a long time ago. All the other kids in my class, they had televisions at home. So I'd come into the playground in the morning and they'd all be talking about something on television. I'd be nodding, yeah, you know, because I didn't want to say, we don't have a telly. We want to be part of it. We want to be on the inside. And if the currency of human discourse is reification, solidification, judgment, bias, prejudice, this is like a vortex that can suck you in. So he's saying, relax. Only you yourself can find your way into this, because it's not a thing. All these people who are looking for something, they can't help you into this, because they're looking in the wrong direction. The door is open, but you can't find the door as long as you're looking for something. And it's very difficult to recognize you're looking for something, because you keep projecting all these things, like if a thought arises or a feeling. Relax in the out-breath. Stay with it. It looks like a wall. It looks like a wall. And then you get little moments. Oh, it's like a door. You go through. Then the door closes. Then it's like a wall. Then you're on the outside with thought construction. But at least we start to think, this is not a real wall. This wallness has something to do with me. I haven't been imprisoned by anyone else. How I go about the business of looking is one of the factors generating the wall. And the people I know at work and so on, they are all convinced of the fixity of the wall. But now we start to think, oh, maybe it's not quite like that. And so as we sit, it's a little bit lonely, because you can't go and tell someone else about what you're finding, because they won't understand. Even Tilopa, who's been swimming in this ocean of clarity for a long time, says, I can't show it to you. The Guru gives an initiation, and the initiation is an empowerment, which is a permission to keep looking, a permission to do the practice. The result can't be given. The method can be shown, you can be supported on the practice, but you yourself have to look. Why? Because the looking is non-dual. So if you're looking for something, you always miss it. So how to look without looking, which is to say how to see without looking. But how will I know what to see unless I look? So we get pulled into checking it out. Is it like this? Is it like that? And of course that invites in mental activity and construction. So it's very subtle. You're working with your potential to notice how you can close down and how you can open. So this second obscuration, the obscuration of knowledge, is terribly tempting for us, because knowledge leads you to a sense of power within the domain of the question what, because you apply your knowledge. I know what it is, I know what to do, but that creates the wall. You don't find the how if you're looking at the what. So this is where Tilopa's leading us, and we're almost at the end of the text.
Wow.
Oh. And this is the thing, it is up to us. You know, the teacher can take you so far, or whoever is giving a commentary can take you so far, but then we have to think, okay, this makes sense, this goes deep. I could find something here, something of deep and enduring value. Because as long as I stay within the dualistic frame of me and you, self and other, allocation of value, it's a constructed world, and all that is constructed collapses. So I'm working and working, making sand castles at the edge of the sea, and the tide comes in and washes them away, and I make more sand castles. I am Sisyphus. I am Sisyphus. This is terrible. This is terrifying. Because at least I've got a human body in a reasonable culture. I can study and learn and do practice. If you lost this situation, you could be anywhere in the world with a hellish situation, or you could be an insect. Imagine there was a little bug in my room last night, and I was looking at it. Where's it going? It's very busy, going here and there, but does it have anywhere to go at all? When I was in retreat up in Ladakh, when I would take a break, I used to go and sit by a spot, and there were little dung beetles there. And they're rolling their little balls of dung up. Where do you have a home? They didn't seem to have any home. They didn't go down any holes. They didn't seem to have any. They're just kind of on the road. Sort of reincarnation of Jack Kerouac. So there's lots of places you could end up, but we have this chance. We have such a sophisticated capacity for nuanced attention to actually see how it is. So this is what he's underlining. Okay, let's take a break, and then we come back and look towards the ending of it. Okay, so question?
Two questions, James. If it's okay. They're unrelated. One of them is related to this, and obviously it's very theoretical, it's very far away, but I'm curious about, from what I understand of the Tibetan tradition, there's strong emphasis on emptiness, but also strong emphasis on compassion.
Mm-hmm.
Is the reason compassion is emphasized so much, in spite of this being the end of the path, because it then gives an inclination to what's arising, it gives a new compass, without which, it just maybe becomes either nihilistic or just like, well, I'll just sit in a cave and watch things arising for the rest of my life. It gives a new pointer. So that's the first question.
Okay. I don't think it's formulated for that reason. So, in the early teachings, but this is very difficult because in the West, we tend to look at a definite historical progression of the Buddhist teachings. In the Tibetan tradition, they don't. They would say that the Buddha taught many things over different periods of time, and he lived an incredibly long time and so on. and therefore they don't accept that there is any progression. It is this, it is this, it is this, and it was fully formed from the beginning. It wasn't resolving internal contradictions or anything. But so in this early teaching, emptiness is the emptiness of the self is the five skandhas. So the emptiness of the table is its legs and top. Because if you see the legs and the tops, you see it's a construct. Therefore, the name table is being put onto the juxtaposition of parts, not a fully formed entity. And in fact, it's the putting of the name on that allows us the false assumption that the name is addressing a fully formed object rather than a juxtaposition of parts. So in the Theravada they explore that a lot. That's with the Wheel of Life and so on. Always so that you don't deceive yourself by getting caught up in constructions. Now, of course, there's messages on kindness and being thoughtful of others and not attacking others. Things if we read the Dhammapada and so on, it's an excellent training in basic good morality. But it doesn't have a kind of metaphysical view. Whereas Tibetan Buddhism, especially in the Mahayana tradition, where they've already been developing the idea of reincarnation a lot and karma, the starting assumption is we have all had many, many previous lives in which we've accumulated karma, and that's why we're here. But not only that, in each and every life, we had a mother, and the mother took care of us. And not only that, we had so many lives that each and every person in the world has been at some time our mother. Therefore, we owe a debt of gratitude to each and every sentient being. So that's a very radical idea. It's not, I'm a superior person, top down, I'm going to help you, but I'm helping you because you did so much for me. So it dissolves hubris, a sense of inflation and importance. It also speaks of the interweaving of lives across the pattern. And so from that point of view, there are no strangers. We are all one family. So when we say, may all sentient beings be happy, in a sense we're saying, may our extended family, which is all beings, be happy. And so when they're saying with equanimity, don't act in favor of your friends and against your enemies, it would be like, say, don't be aggressive to your big brother and kind to your small brother. You're both your brothers, come on. So it's using these kind of images or explanations to keep opening the frame of our attention. So one of the effects of thinking, I'm going to work for the liberation of all beings, is in this, when we take the Bodhisattva vow, we say, in this and all my future lives. And that's going to be thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives, millions of lives. There is no end to this work. Which is such a huge leap. And in some ways, the Mahayana tradition is mathematics gone mad. Because they have things like in this the aspiration of the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, not the primordial Buddha Samantabhadra, but the Bodhisattva. It says on as many grains of sand as there are in the river Ganges, there is a Buddha. And surrounding each of these Buddhas, there are as many bodhisattvas as there are grains of sand in the Ganges. So beyond. So they keep offering you these things which are beyond thought, beyond expectation. It's a subtle way of saying, as my teacher used to say to me, you can't think your way out of samsara. It's not that you can get an overview and then know what you're doing. The path is asking you to entertain an idea which is beyond you, leap over yourself. I get tired, I get fed up, I get so many things to do. I'm going to save all beings. How do you bring these two things together? It's almost like your egoic retraction that says, I've had enough, leave me alone, is being confronted again and again, but I want to help all beings, I've promised to help all beings. So it flips you over your limit. Not by kind of stretching you, but really as a kind of flip, you go into this other mode. I can do that. I'm willing to do that. So who are you when you say that? You're in a sense, without saying it directly, you're being invited into or inducted into an infinite version of yourself. So just as there are infinite Buddhas, infinite Bodhisattvas, infinite merits to be accumulated, infinite offerings to be made, so there are infinite vows that you can fulfill, and the text lists them. In a sense, it's like signing a blank check. People don't use checks very often nowadays. If you fill in the quantity and the date and sign it, people can write on whatever they want. They said, oh, they're going to put 100 euros on it, but there's a lot more zeros coming. So a blank check's very dangerous. It makes you a hostage to fortune. It means I'm not in charge of the game. And so a great deal of that way of organizing information was to deconstruct the sense of mastery, which is what we've been looking at here in a different way. So compassion means I will not go alone. If we can't all go, I'm not going to go. Why? Because you are me. This is me. This field of experience is me. I find myself through opening and being with you. Certainly for me as James, being in London and working away on stuff is a very different field from being here. There's a quality of our participation together. When I see people being thoughtful and helping each other, there's a lift to it, rather than doing the task that you have to do. So the inclusivity of opening to everyone, I will not abandon beings. I will not put myself first, is a very powerful form of connectivity. There are three main modes of the Bodhisattva vow. I vow to go first, I will get enlightened, and having become a Buddha, I will rescue all sentient beings. Or I will go contemporaneously with all sentient beings. We go as a group, as a cohort, and we will all gain enlightenment at the same time. Or thirdly, I go last. I will ensure, like a good shepherd, that everybody enters into enlightenment. And when I check that no one else is left, then I will go for liberation. So these are all, when we read these, we often feel a kind of twinge. We're saying something and we can't quite imagine that we would do it or believe it. So it's a kind of massage that says, what is it you're hanging on to? Be more generous. And that, of course, links with the 6 paramitas. the transcendent qualities which will take you to the other side, and sometimes there's 10 paramitas. So there's a whole discourse about working for the benefit of others, and everything I develop on my Dharma path is for the others. So we accumulate merit and we dedicate merit. We never keep it in the palm of our hand, because they always say merit will rot. If you keep it for yourself, it will vanish. But if you offer it to others, it will double and you will have the benefit as well. So it's a very elaborated system. In some ways, it's a bit like a Christian story. We know what heaven is. We want everyone to go to heaven. I'm a Muslim. I don't want to go to your fucking Christian heaven. You keep it for yourself. We've got our own heaven. No, but everyone should come. Jesus loves everyone. I don't want Jesus to love me. Why does he love me? What does he know about me? I'm a Muslim. Leave me alone. You know, when you're inside it, these words, they seem very sweet, very tender, very connected. But if you stood outside them and think, this is a power grab. I am the way and the light and the truth. None comes to the Father except through me. Muhammad, you're nothing. I got here first. I said it first. We won. I mean, it's quite aggressive if you read it as a dogma. And of course, it's in the Christian foundational. The creed is exactly setting that out. So when we say, I'm going to work for the enlightenment of all beings, somebody said, yeah, but I'm going with Jesus. We're going over there. So does everybody need to be enlightened? Do they want to be enlightened? Whether you want it or not, I will. So for us as Western people, I think it's important to hear these resonances, because we're not wrapped in a Buddhist culture and we are stepping out of some of the assumptions of our world. So is there an implicit violence in it? Are we giving people something they don't want? Is it the fact that they don't want it because they're not educated, they've never heard of it, and so on and so forth? These reflections are very useful for clearing the undergrowth, so that you can think, yeah, what are the assumptions I'm operating under? Because there's a big question, well, what is compassion? Compassion is a terrible word. I keep using it. I don't want to use it. It's a very strong habit formation, because compassion means suffering with, which is very much the Christian idea. Buddhism is not about that. The word is tukje. Tuk means heart, and it's an honorific term for heart, and J means noble, or holy, or special. So this noble heart is the heart that cares for all beings. But it's not compassion. I remember Siya Lama, when he was in Kalimpong, before I met him, he had read the Bible because it had been translated into Tibetan. And he said, I cannot understand why people would believe that someone nailed to a piece of wood could help them. It's, when you look at it in that way, that's what it is. The last thing we definitely know about him is he nails a bit of wood. Why did he let that happen? Don't they have wrathful, whatever, Christs? So, we've probably been infected with enough dogma in our lives. How do we make use of Dharma to soften, starting axioms and assumptions? In a sense, we're looking for an ethos of kindness, which will allow us to relate more to people and to have the sense of, I am for the other. I am for the other. And it's that manifests as this three kaya notion. The Dharma kaya, the intrinsic purity of the mind, that's for me. That's what I get. I sit in the meditation and I awaken that my mind is like this. It's beyond contamination. And the two form kayas, the Sambhoga kaya, the luminosity, and the Nirmana kaya, the participation, they are for the other. These are the energetic forms that go out for the other. How we actually help people is difficult to know. I mean, if we really wanted to investigate this in a proper way, we would think about the sociology of Tibet and how many people actually did the practice, how many people seem to get any real benefit from the practice. It's probably 0.001%. Statistically not a good outcome for a culture that's got billions of prayer flags and stupas and smoke offerings and all the rest of it. Because very few people could actually do that kind of practice. So is it just a fairy tale? Luckily, our guru here today, guru of the week, Padma Karpo, is saying, this is, you will find the truth. If you look, you will find the truth, because everybody's mind is the same, not in terms of its content of thoughts and memories, but the actual structure of awareness is the same. And if you see the movement of the mind as inseparable from the mind itself, you have that illumination. But then there's a question, well, why didn't more people do that? Because due to the hierarchy, these were regarded as secret teachings. They were only for special yogis who got special instruction, who did long preliminary practices, which most people wouldn't have the time or energy to do. They weren't layman's practices. So the double move was very similar to the structure as in Theravadan Buddhism. Householders prepare food. Monks come out in their morning walk with their bowls and they get fed, they take it back to the monastery and they eat. And so the virtuous thing is we offer food, the monks offer blessing. So you have a similar trade in Tibetan Buddhism. But what that means is, because the ordinary people, the general population, are not full-time Dharma practitioners, they're reliant on getting the blessing of the Lama. So they travel long distances, they get initiations as a blessing. They don't actually do the practice because they've got not so much time, they've got many things to do. But the blessing will give me a better life in when I die. I think if you don't investigate the anthropology, the sociology, the economic system of Tibet, you don't know what you're on about. It's just nice ideas floating in space, because there are many snares along the way. I think I mentioned that when more Tibetans came out of Tibet, Siya Lama was already in India, and Dujinrichi said to him, I think you should take on this monastery in Pema. Very beautiful little monastery, would have had a nice house. And he said, I don't want anything to do with sponsors. In fact, when he did his 3-year retreat in Pema, his sponsor was the local king, who was a Hindu. And there's a picture of the local king in a dinner jacket with a bow tie, and his wife in a long ball gown standing by the grand piano. So he would go in as the guru of the local king and say prayers to benefit them and their resources and so on. But he didn't want to be stuck with the responsibility of a monastery where you have to constantly be trying to get people to pay for a new roof and so on. These practical issues are there. So in terms of compassion, You might think, well, why wasn't there more education generally for women, for nuns, and so on? This is where culture and dharma, it's not very easy to see how they go. But if we applied exactly the same critique to a Christian country, you'd find the same problem. You get all this endless preaching about love thy neighbor and this, that, and then they're going to war. Priests are in the army. Priests bless the soldiers before they go into battle. Dear God, please bless our soldiers. May we be victorious. May we be victorious means may we kill a whole lot of them who are also praying to you. So contradictions are everywhere on this more general level. It's only really when you get into this level that you can actually see the clear line running through it. And you had another question?
Yes, if you don't mind. I admit this is a bit of intellectual masturbation, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
Where does the 6 yogas of Naropa fit in practice? Like, practically, do you have to practice them? The answer is probably no. But if you had to practice them, where would they fit? And are they important? Are they not important?
They are looseners. Each of them is concerned with loosening up the fixity of your sense of self. So you have dream yoga, they have the heat yoga, they have poa. All of them are concerned to start with the assumption, I exist, I'm me, not going through the intellectual analysis of the 5 skandhas and so on, but going into the body, looking at embodied experience, what happens in the night with dreams, how can that be utilized? You're alive because you breathe. What can breath do for you? So in India, there's huge studies of pranayama and so on. All the yogis are doing that. And this tumo, this heat exercise, you also get similar in Hinduism. It has various advantages. It can mean you can survive in very remote, isolated caves. It means that through the intense focus and the sensation that comes with it, you have a state of no thought. So it's one way to increase this nyam or meditation experience, one of no thought. And then you have sending your mind into another body, zungcho. So you get these kind of practices. So they're all like a kind of, they're using the individual's desire for mastery, the desire to do something within a field where it says there's no self, there is actually no agency, but if you do this, then you will get that. So it's a kind of double move that mops up the seeming potency of the individual self by turning it into a deconstructive path. So I'm going to develop lucid dreaming, I'm going to be able to work with my dreams at night, and then you find you're attending to dreams and dreams and dreams and dreams. And then you start to see, oh, life is like a dream. There's no substance to it. So it's almost like you're going in through one door into this house, and you find you're in another house. Usually young people do them, because things like tumo are quite tiring, and many of the yoga exercises require the people who are doing them at 16. Yep.
Is one taste another word for meditation, sky to sky?
No. Well, one taste is when you see that all that arises is empty of inherent significant existence, is inseparable from the space of manifestation. Sky to sky is in the Dzogchen tradition, not in the Mahamudra tradition. Although some of the dohas, the Mahamudra songs, are speaking of something similar. When you have a clear day and you have an open blue sky in front of you, with the sun behind you, and you allow your gaze to move out into the sky, and you're just sitting, not doing anything, you don't have to think of anything. If you allow your gaze to go into the sky, on and on and on, you lose your bearings. There is nothing but sky. The perceiver of the sky and the sky are not two things. Or the perceiver of the sky is a sky, because in that moment you can see the mind is empty and open. The empty open mind, or the empty open awareness, and the outer sky arise together. That's slightly different from this yoga of one taste, which is more concerned with the status of phenomena. Because it's one thing to do your practice and experience some kind of openness, and then you go into the world and you're dealing with things, or someone talks to you in a conversation, and you seem to have lost the spaciousness because somebody's talking to you about something, and that catches you. So one taste is designed to see very, very precisely and directly that there are no phenomena separate from the mind. And therefore, you can move in the world, because whatever concepts come from your side to their side, or their side to your side, all of them are not separate from the mind itself. So it's a way of dissolving the habit of reification, of solidification. They go in the same direction, they're not. They're methods. Okay, what? You want to go? Like that thing.
Einer hinter dir.
Yeah.
Talking about compassion, even if it's not a perfect term, I think that one could also say that compassion is a means to help us to overcome our grasping to ourselves, because it turns us away from ourselves and turns us towards the other.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, would you say that compassion is rather a goal or rather a tool?
Well, if my goal is to overcome my self-centeredness, then it's a tool to help me with that goal. There were a lot of beggars in Tibet. Beggars weren't always very nicely taken care of. If you go to the Punjab, every town, small village will have a gurdwara, a Sikh gurdwara, a Sikh temple, and every day they will be cooking food, and whoever arrives will be fed. Because that's what the Sikhs do. They feed the hungry. It's one of their things. Many Hindu yogis do that. Tibetans didn't do that very much. It wasn't a department of social services. It was only really when Tibetans came to the West, got some of these ideas, that you had things like Drukpa, the helper, the friend, developed by Akong Rinpoche. So a lot of the writing is on a fairly abstract level, where you imagine that you're working for everyone, you're vowing that you will help everyone. But where that beautiful intention actually lands on planet Earth and plugs into the neediness of people is another question, which of course is exactly what the Chinese raised. They said, look at all these silk gowns that the Dalai Lama has, look at the riches in the Patala Palace, and look at the state of these poor people. What is this? Absolute hypocrisy. And Siya Lama often said to me, when the Chinese came into Tibet, and under the Cultural Revolution, they were really destroying the monasteries. An awful lot of the monasteries were pulled down by Tibetans, because many Tibetans didn't like the monasteries. They felt them to be oppressive, like medieval monasteries, extracting the tithe and so on. They were bonded laborers who had to give free service. There was even a period when there was slavery in Tibetan. Longchenpa, in one of his prayers, said, I bet the monasteries don't persecute your slaves. So, again, it's a very, very complicated society. It's not the Garden of Eden. The public relations department is very effective. You know, it's all smiling all the time. And the ones who are mainly smiling in the photographs are those of a privileged background. What's your history? Oh, Eton and Oxford. It's like that. This is an echelon of higher level people. Chinese civil service was the same. It's very, very hierarchical. So we work for the benefit of others. It's a two-way street. The more you develop compassion, the more it frees you from yourself. But what actually is the compassion? Because when we come into trying to help people, we find that if I try to help you out of my frame of reference, you probably won't feel helped. I have to find out what your frame of reference is and bend myself into that, so that takes me from a top-down position of professional knowledge to the lower position of attending to how you disclose yourself, and you become the servant. Now the Mahayana texts say exactly that. From this day on, I offer myself into service. I am the servant of all the Buddhas. I am the servant of all sentient beings. How that was enacted in that culture is not very clear, but the aspiration was there. And it may well be that with the development of psychotherapy, there'll be a much more effective way of doing that. Because, you know, when we have people like Carl Rogers, he and many of the other people writing in the 50s were saying, Freud, too much stuff nobody can understand. Jung never shuts up, endless interpretation. That's a book of accounts of people who had their analysis with Jung when he was near Zurich. It would say, you know, we'd turn up and we would tell him the beginning of our dream for 10 minutes, and then he would talk for the rest of the 40 minutes, explaining this, that, and the other. So people like Carl Rogers are saying, how can I be for you? What's the starting point? So he said, unconditional positive regard. So if I go towards you, I'm not going towards you as a problem to be solved. I'm not fundamentally interested in your neurosis or psychosis or diagnosis. I'm going to be with you person to person. And I'm going to open myself so I'm almost like a drum. I can reverberate to how you are. I will be touched by you. I will be moved by you. And that would be the empathic attunement. So that's very, very different from a power position. And as far as I know, there wasn't very much of that in the Tibetan tradition. But we are lucky we have more of this, and we'll be able to bring forward some of these Western interpersonal modalities with the Dharma. And I think the synergy between the two will be enormously helpful. Anything else? Oh, there seemed to be somebody there.
Yes, you mentioned earlier today about the problems of mixing different methods, different jhanas.
Yeah.
And now we have got an intense week of Mahamudra teaching, and I know that you've done a lot of Dzogchen teachings. So I think it would be helpful for me, at least, to learn a little bit about the main difference in view between these two paths, because they appear not to be that different to me.
Yeah. I think they aren't that different. There's an American writer who I can't quite find the name of at the moment. He was writing about 30 years ago, at the time of the development of integrative psychotherapy. And he said, you can have theoretical integration or a kind of pragmatic technical eclecticism. That is to say, when you look at the models of therapy, you can see that some of them are starting from an underlying assumption which is very similar. And therefore, you can harmonize these because they're going in the same direction. Other models are not doing that, but what you can do is you can look at the techniques that they apply and make use of them and incorporate them into the integrity of your own model. His name was John Norcross. Very interesting. But don't try to integrate things that have a different starting point. So that would be, do each of these 9 vehicles, these bands, according to their own logic, according to their own integrity. So when you get up to Mahamudra and Dzogchen are similar. The new translation schools count the yanas in a different way from the Nyingmapa. So they don't have 9. So there's a bit of a bumpy ride at the top. But the basic assumption of Mahamudra is your mind is Mahamudra. It is complete, pure from the very beginning. Nothing needs to be done to it. If you open to it today, you're a Buddha today. Milarepa said that. Dzogchen has a very similar position in its Sende branch, which is simply stating the nature of the mind. So Sende and Mahamudra are very similar. But we also have Long Day, which is more concerned with energetic practices, with postures and breathing. And Mahamudra doesn't use that so much. And then you have Menak Day, which is usually the more precise, detailed instructions given to the teacher, by the teacher rather, to the experienced student that illuminates some point. But Mahamudra's got a lot of that. That's what you get in the Dohas, where you get the conversation of Naropa to Maitripa, for example. And they're often written as a dialogue. So there's a lot of similarity. Zopachembo also means just the mind itself, complete and perfect, or complete and not needing anything done to it from the beginning. There many of the Kagyud lamas would say they were Kagyud Nyingma, and they do both Mahamudra and Dzogchen. So they're not in opposition. So in terms of John Norcross's thing, they have theoretical integration as a possible, because their view is very, very similar. When it comes to methods, there's some differences. Of course, many people say, oh, Dzogchen is the highest, the most supreme, the best. My own teacher always said, the best is the best for you, is the one that you do. And if you're not doing all these practices, just say your prayers. So, the best is what you actually do.
Stopp, hier meldet sich schon ganz lange jemand.
Important, but something that's been on my mind is what is the end game in all of this? So, what is the end game in all of this? In other words, you do all the practice, and you realize nirvana, and then you die.
Willst du know?
I could stop right here. I guess the question is, in the Judeo-Christian culture, people are looking for some kind of paradise or heaven, or in the Muslim word for settling virgins. We have Bardo and Pure Lands. Or is the question, what happens once we die, not relevant for somebody that realizes nirvana?
You have stillness and movement. You have stillness and movement. The movement doesn't stop because you have stillness. That would be the Theravadan conceptualization of nirvana, the end of suffering, full stop. It was compared to like blowing out a candle. It's gone, it's finished, over and done. Samyak Sambuddha, completely gone. But the more we attend to how the mind is, movement doesn't stop. Movement can be thoughts about the world, it can be thoughts about ourselves, or we can experience directly, oh, this movement arises from my open empty mind. It is the radiance of the open empty mind. But even then, it doesn't switch off. So you have openness and the movement of the radiance of the mind. And this goes on. And God, this will never end. This is how it is. So that's why we have all these Buddhas with their qualities, and we can pray to them. And as I touched on earlier today, in the practice on Padmasambhava, with the second recitation of the mantra, we say that the form of Padmasambhava arising from our initiation or our commitment to the practice, and the pure form of Padmasambhava, who's in Zangdapali, they come together. And that unification takes you out of the path into this is just it. And so then the text is saying, well, all appearances are the appearance of the Guru and so on. You have arrived, but you haven't arrived anywhere which is fixed. You have arrived in clarity about the nature of the relation between stillness and movement. So experience goes on and on. Some people then live quietly in caves just doing that. Other people would take it into writing lots of books in Tibet, or building monasteries, setting up educational funds. Who is doing that? Well, people will be named. Oh, that Lama does this, that Lama does that. Who is that Lama? If they've awakened, they will know nobody's doing it and I'm doing it, both simultaneously. So in that sense, there is no end. There is no end. We don't know. We could turn this around and say, this entire world is made out of stories. There are many kinds of stories. For some reason, we are drawn towards these stories. When we listen to these stories and participate with these stories, it brings about a particular mood. When we engage with that mood, it opens us to certain aspects of ourselves. It's story time. Is it more than a story? Don't miss next week's exciting adventure. Yeah.
Yeah, this is going back to something we talked about the other day, which has been on my mind. I was talking about sensation and how I couldn't see a border between self and the world, let's say. And I think you said something like, yes, but it's not one. And I wonder what you meant by that. I don't know if you can...
Well, it's not just one thing. It doesn't get homogenized. Like I'm holding this cup. So I have a sense of the weight of the cup. That's a sensation. the object, I doubt, has any sensation about my hand, but my hand is bringing to my organizing consciousness sensations concerning the weight and so on. So in that sense, I'm getting information whereby I know how the cup is, but the cup is not getting the information about how James is. So that would be the difference of subject and object on that level, in terms of sensation. When we just sit with our body without having kind of a focus on, as it were, external objects, but we've got our body, the body is providing lots of sensations. They come and they go, and they come and they go. Ungraspable sensations. When I'm holding the cup, also different sensations are arising. But I have to hold the cup. I can't just say, oh, it's impermanent sensation, otherwise I get it all over my trousers. So the relation out in the world with participation, involvement, has a logic to it which is not at all the same as the logic of meditation. Because in meditation, your sphere of operations is on what is occurring at that moment. A wide diversity of things occur, but there's no real consequence of disregarding them. So you can pay attention to the sensation, then you might get lost and you move about through these different things. But if you're out and you're in a car or you're crossing a busy road, you get consequences. So what he'd reached just there when he's saying the fulfillment in the post-meditative state is when the experience after the meditation is not different from the meditation. That's considered in the Pnima level to be kind of the highest level, because actually when you come into the world with other people, it's difficult. My teacher always used to say, the Dharmakaya is easy. It's just your mind. It's other people. That's the problem. Because they're unpredictable, they've got voices, they do things, you're never quite sure how to respond to them. They sabotage your intention. So how do you deal with that? Can you stay just open and relaxed, whatever comes? Then you become a patsy. If you intervene to try and make sense of it and control it, you can get carried away into a dualistic ding-dong. Being with the other, without abandoning, without invading, that is the really tricky one. And that's, in a sense, what we're aiming for, so that by sitting and having this expansive sense of the space around us, many arisings appear in the field. So some would be like the noise of an airplane or whatever they were doing in the building next door. All sorts of things are arising, but I'm primarily here with this. I'm doing my best to stay relaxed and open and present with that, and impulses to make sense of what's going on, as it were, to step out into the world. I want to release that so that I get the chance to see my bit of what's going on, which is to say, the mind, what's happening in my mind. It's easier to slip onto the object and say something about that, but because the object, see, I look at you, you have a shape. I can't look at myself. I am amorphous for myself, but you have a shape. So I don't know who I am, but you're there, you've got green trousers. I can make definite statements about everyone in this room. When I look at myself, it's sort of dissolving. Do you have that experience? that there's something about the object that I look at has a beginning, a middle, and end. There's the top of your head, there's your shoulders. You have a shape. What's my shape? Because if I go to the shape through my shoulders, this is feeling. And these feelings, if we do Vipassana practice, we know they come and they go. So this is a site of irregular, unpredictable feeling, but you're just you, because I can see you. So which is one of the reasons of the temptation always to move out, because it stabilizes. It stabilizes us. Yeah?
It's like you talk sometimes about co-emergence.
Yeah.
Yeah. And coming back to this sensation, you were saying like body sensation, but is like the sensation is not just, it's not just coming from me. Like I can feel the breeze, or I can feel the breeze, or the sun, or whatever. And my experience of it is that there's no separation. Like in a sense, what I would conventionally call I'm part of the world. It's like there's no, I don't see two. Do you see what I mean? So that's why it confused me a little bit when you said it's not one, because to me it seems like one.
Okay. Would you ever experience events in connection with the world which gave you a shock that would jolt you apart from it?
Yes.
So it might say that there's a spectrum here, and on a good day when it's going well, it's as if you're part of the world and you participating in that field as part of the field, and other times there's more separation.
Yeah.
So in a sense, what he was writing about earlier is trying to find the middle point, the cusp between these two. Like, don't merge in the oneness, because there could be a loss of clarity in that. Don't sit in the isolation, because you're losing contact with what's going on. Stay on the point where you're in contact. There's, I'm looking at your face. Our connectivity is emerging at the moment from the potential of this space. You're kind of nodding and I'm speaking. So there's some entrainment, something going on, and it doesn't establish anything. It's like a movement. Co-emergence, harmonization, synergy, something like that. But then I can get up and walk out. And so I'm then faced with, I was able to find some point of co-emergence with you, but if I go out on the street, I may not find that, because other people may be locked off or blocked in themselves, whatever. Not everybody's got a Glaswegian background. They're not necessarily chatty and friendly. So then what do you do with this kind of leave me alone? I don't want any contact.
Yeah. To me, though, the co-emergence is still going on, because if someone blanks me, that has an effect on me. The co-emergence is still happening.
Indeed.
Whether we're in a good relationship or not. And I don't know, to me it just seems like it's the way things are.
Okay, so if we stay with that, what would you say then? Somebody blanks you and you're, that's what's happening. What's the difference between reactivity and co-emergence there? Because co-emergence has a sense we're in it, like, you remember skipping games, I don't know if you did them at school, two people holding the rope, and the person going in has to go like this first because they're finding the rhythm and then they're in it. So that's a kind of co-emergence. You find a connective rhythm. But if somebody blanks you, would that not be a more isolated reaction to them? Because I can't find out where they are.
There's a difference, yeah. There's a difference. Yeah. I don't know. I can't really explain it. It just seems to me that yeah, we're having an effect on one another because we're part of
Okay.
the same
Okay.
thing.
So,
Yeah.
in terms of, if we were just thinking about the arising, I, for you, am some phenomenal display, shape, color. You, for me, are similarly. On the level of phenomena, we are co-emergent, I would think, all the time.
Yeah.
On the level of individualized experience and my reaction to it, I can be warmer and closer or more cold and distant and hard. So if we took that as a second order experience, that's got much more movement and fluctuation, liking and disliking,
Yeah.
layered across the immediacy of being in it together. Would that seem to be in the right way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it's really interesting to explore these, isn't it? Because it's right on the edge of language, what we can say.
Because I think that feeds into what we were talking about earlier about compassion. It's like if we're, in a sense, one, I don't know, that's then, of course, we have to be compassionate.
So in Buddhism, they might be a wee bit chary about saying if we're one, but what they would say is we have a common source. And because we have a common source, which is the ground of emptiness, we manifest, we have a, if you like, we're each waves in the same ocean. So we've got common ground,
Yeah.
but our waving, our movement is going to be different.
Sure. Yeah.
And so if we stay with the idea, I'm a wave because I'm water, we meet in the water. But if I fall into, I'm this kind of a wave, who are you? Then it becomes very different.
You have been mentioning the meeting the face and the tilt to it. Is this difference, the tilt, what you mentioned right now, the difference of each of the waves, and sometimes there's a disconcert, something mismatching. Is this the tilt you mentioned yesterday?
One of the ideas that seemed fairly clear to me in thinking a lot about adults with problems is that the common basis for the structure of the problems in childhood was either being invaded or abandoned. These are the two main forces, and that children need to be met and welcomed and seen and responded to. And when they're more objectified and judged and pulled into a place in the predominantly adult field, then they're either invaded or abandoned because they're turned into things to fit in a system. So inside that, the tilts that people have towards contact or not having contact can be influenced by their wariness. So if I've been exploited and sexually abused, I'm going to have a sensitivity to the gaze of the other person. Always the question, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? And you may be very friendly and helpful, and you're talking about how you can give me a place to stay, or you can feed me, and I'm thinking, whoa. So the tilt is what each person brings to the situation. So if I've already got a frightened hypersensitivity about the danger of the situation, kindness can seem like a Trojan horse. You're getting through my defenses and I'm going to be very wary. And so the tilt of closer or more distance, that could be a subtle adjustment, can end up not being subtle when there's a kind of strongly felt sense of danger, which may not be there in the actual field. So you could call that karmic from a previous life, but certainly in Britain, a lot of people have these conditions. And when it's happened a lot, it's extremely difficult to find any point of trust in the person. You know, the pathways of connectivity just collapse. You think you're understanding each other, and then you say something and it seems to go at the wrong angle, and the whole thing collapses. Because who are you? What do you want? What do you want? So if you've got a little kid and you're singing them lullabies, and then you're playing with them on the carpet, and then you're doing things with them, you know, the question could be, how is it to be with your mum? Oh, it's really great. She does this, she does that. Because I can feel the ease that I have with when I'm close to my mum. But if mum's exploitative in some way, there's a kind of, I can't relax into the sense of being with. I'm stuck with checking it out, which is terribly isolated and lonely. And so even trying to help people, you've got to have some degree of being with to get a common field of endeavor, but that can be collapsed very easily. So I think the tilt, or the how you position yourself in being with other people is really hard. It's really hard. Especially if we take, especially if we start from the position, I don't know. I don't know what's good for you. I don't know really who you are. You will be many people, and you will manifest in different ways in different situations. So whoever I think you are, whatever notion I have of you that I can take hold of, is not going to be you. I'll be grasping my own shadow, my own projections. That's quite a humble position to feel. It's quite a powerless position. And of course, lots of people don't want to have that. They just say, you're a fucking trouble. Why don't you fit in? What's wrong with you? So, you know, functionally, words like compassion or kindness, I think are very, very complicated. And these Mahayana texts, they just touch the surface of it, because they're talking about abstract human conditions and what would be a good idea, more generosity, more patience. But actual embodied people with complex histories, difficult to know what the rules of engagement are. Yeah.
I'll start maybe with the easiest. You used a few days ago a formulation which was not even a full sentence, but just two words. It was the ongoing liberation. I'm very grateful for having heard that, because probably you said that many times, but I tend to forget that this is the case, and then the liberation presents itself for me as a state that is once achieved, and then everything is done that has to be done. So this ongoing liberation made me feel very kind of liberated from that. This is the easy part. The other part is when we did all these practices which were induced by a certain statement in the text, and then we had to kind of apply the statement like, look, how big is your mind, or look, how your mind stays, or how it moves, so on, so on. It always starts with the issue, and then I realized I'm very quickly in the same. I'm just seeing my mind, and things go on, and they vanish, they come, they vanish. I seem to be too dull or something to really maintain the issue of the question, so that has been posed in this text. So my question here would be, is it rather so that I just let it be as it is, or is it so that I have to try harder to stay with the issue that has been posed?
The first inquiry we perhaps should have done a little bit later when we were more in it. But later in the text, when he's talking about there is nothing other than the mind, what arises is our mental experience, then what you're describing is exactly that. You're sitting, you maybe start with some phrase that he's had or something you're inquiring into, and you stay on task, and then you lose the task and you go off on the wander, and there are many, many different experiences that are arising. In a sense, we're set up to fail, because he's saying, have a look at this, see what it is. But the main thing to realize is, however your mind is, it's not separate from the emptiness. So if your gaze is, as it were, tipped up to look at the phenomena, and you don't see the ground of the phenomena, you look across the people. Some people are here very tall, some people are quite small. So you're seeing the diversity of appearances. But if you stay with the arising of the thought and the dissolving of the thought comes out of the open empty ground or source or base and goes back into the open empty ground or space, and it's just that. It's just that. So whether the experience that's arising from, in a formal sense, is distracted or one pointed, it always is the same. We don't. When you get distracted, you don't go into some other world. You lose contact with the immediacy of the arising because you seem to be carried away on the semantic content. But where is that going? It's just like when you are dreaming, you're in your bed. It doesn't matter what the content of your dream is, you're in your bed. But I didn't know that. Nobody told me. That's because you were asleep. If you wake up, oh, you're in your bed. You're in your bed. So whatever happens is in the mind. If it's in the mind, it's empty. It's no big deal. Nothing has been established. I'm not the terrible person I thought I was. I'm not the very successful person I thought I was. These are all transient constructs. But it's difficult to get that because we're not quite sure of this point. If everything is the mind and everything is equal in the mind, why would you try to be a good person? If everything is empty, why would you try? So that brings us back to the issue of the compassion. Too much emptiness or too much emphasis on the wisdom of emptiness, it's all open and even, doesn't matter. But you've just harmed that person. They feel insulted, they feel abandoned. Doesn't that matter? Their sad feelings are empty. You have to see nothing has really happened. These drops of water coming out of her eyes, that's emptiness. And then you could be a sophist, you could just be, you could be vanishing in a very unhelpful direction there. So the tension, as it were, or the dynamism between kindness and the wisdom of emptiness is I think quite a turbulent one, because they're kind of mutually corrective. Too much wisdom of emptiness and you lose the world. Too much kindness and you get so plugged in, you get overwhelmed by everything. But if you keep a dynamic balance between the two, the emptiness gives you the openness to go back to it, and then you have the participation. So when I was doing psychotherapy a lot, I used to see a lot of people in a day, sometimes 10 patients, 50-minute sessions each, 10 minutes in between. You never got the 10 minutes, the buggers wouldn't get out of the room, no time to have a pee. Hello, that's the bell, I have to... I'm available, I'm available. So it's too much kindness and you're still caught up in the person that's just gone out of the room. You've got to dissolve it in emptiness. You've got to be fresh for the next person. So I'm filled up. This is a complex story. Do I need to phone social services? Is there a child at risk in this? Empty. Next. So in that way, you have the emptiness as the refresher. Because whatever position you're getting into in terms of making contact with this specific person, that structure, if it's maintained, will be a diminishment of our availability for the next person. So you have to let go of that structure into open emptiness. Here I am. So that's how I experienced anyway the mutual benefiting of both these polarities, and it didn't always work. It worked sometimes. It rarely worked. I did my best.
So the first bit was quite close to my experience.
Yeah.
The missing link here is after the fact, after I finished the session, there is this feeling of not having done the homework properly because I lost the inquiry.
Uh-huh.
Just said with the mind as it occurs, and there was something to be done, and I just didn't do it properly. So my question was rather, which direction? Just seeing my mind as it occurs, or should I remind myself to go back to these inquiries?
That's very interesting, because if the real focus of the inquiry is how you are, then how you are is the issue, not the question, the formal question that's being suggested. So it doesn't matter whether you forget the question, but you're attentive to how your mind is.
Okay.
I would think.
That's the answer. Thank you. The third little pertains to the second bit of what you just said, and also to what we have discussed about compassion. You kind of dismiss this idea of suffering together, but in a certain very easy, elemental way, not very intellectual way. This idea of suffering together may bring you into a position where you're in it as well as the other. So you don't want to separate from the suffer or from the painful experience of another. Doesn't mean that you have to take it also like your personal pain, but you're not trying to go away from what the other experiences. You're just with the person in it, and that feels actually quite interesting for the issue of not preserving one's own ego wishes and structures.
But can we have the confidence that we are actually experiencing what the other experiences?
Well, maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point is,
well, in which case it wouldn't be compassion then, because what I feel is my reaction to what you feel.
And still, you don't want to run away from whatever it is with the other. Still, you are kind of in it.
I agree.
And you don't make an artificial border between you and the other whose problem is not your problem.
I mean, that's what I would prefer to say, empathic attunement.
Okay.
Because I do my best to, as it were, pick up the vibration of their particular situation and let that resonate in me, but I can't have any confidence that what I experience as the resonant value of that is exactly what it is when it's happening for them. So it's a kind of leap of faith.
Yes, that's true.
There's someone got a question there.
Is it okay to do a direct answer in a sense? Is that possible?
Yeah.
Just regarding compassion, there's a book, if I may mention, like something which has been really helpful, which professionally for me has been also incredibly useful. There's a book by Analia, who is Theravada, but he goes into a sutra, I think called the Kalana Sutra, and he explains his own understanding of compassion and why probably most people's understanding of compassion is wrong. From his view, but he's an amazing scholar, I think. But how he says compassion is, way we understand it in the West is what you're saying of like, you see the other suffering and suffering with. He's like, that's not compassion, that's empathy. Compassion would be to be with the sufferer. He quotes, I think he quotes from the Buddha something like, I'm going to try and paraphrase it. It's like you're on a road and you see a man by the side, half dead, sick. And when you see the man, you think, if the man had food and water and medicine, then he could be well. Thus, to have those thoughts towards that man is to be kind and compassionate towards the man. So essentially he's saying, the focus isn't, oh, how sick the man is. It's to focus on, if this man had the conditions he needed, he would thrive. So actually, what I got from that is the Buddhist understanding of compassion is not to see the suffering only, but to see the potential for liberation from that suffering. And the book is amazing. It's called Compassion and Emptiness, because then it goes into how do emptiness and compassion link. And if you keep focusing on that feeling of compassion, where does it take you? So it's an experiential thing. I'm not going to go into that. It's a really, really good resource for anyone who's interested.
I mean, the question, I suppose, would be in relation to the parable in the Bible about the Good Samaritan, is if I'm just thinking, if this person had food and medicine, they could thrive, and I'm off to have lunch.
Yeah.
That would be very different. If there's feeling I have an obligation now to provide that, then you get into something more complicated. Because you go and bring some food, kosher? No, can't eat it.
This is the direction you should head. But the other interesting thing, sorry, maybe I'll get the other interesting thing is I think there's a book on the science of compassion. And I found this again really interesting and useful. Or no, it's not science of compassion, it's science of meditation, where they compared the brain scans of people feeling empathy and compassion. And again, experientially, it's really interesting. When you have empathy, because humans have mirror neurons, to see someone suffering is really painful. And again, for people in helping professions, that's what causes burnout. But if you tune the mind towards compassion and you see the potential for liberation, what that does is somehow that rewires the brain towards action. And the pain center in our head doesn't get activated. What gets activated is the part that makes you, I want to do shit. So actually, empathy becomes less painful because you're not stimulated to, oh, this is really sad to see, but it's stimulated, I want to do something about it. Now what you do with this is probably your problem, but it's interesting how that makes suffering less painful for the experiencer. So that's the science part.
I think there's a lot of inquiry into what it means to help another, which is all to the good. We've got a few more minutes if you want before we... Okay, there's somebody going.
So, also two things. One thing is, the experience is when you open awareness here there, the compassion is kind of inherent. It's not something else from this. It's a natural whatsoever potential for the impulse to support others. It's not something that I have to kind of balance. It's not what I feel. It's more that it's there, it's open, something is coming, and if there's potential to be with it, it's just there, not this tilting. And together with this, so only one question away is when you say, then you make this tilting, this balance, who is the one? Because in the open awareness, there's no one who can balance something. And then this question came, who's the balancer then?
Well, I think the open awareness is self-balancing. Yeah. If it's too much in one direction, it will just balance. But because it's not the awareness, it's the energy of the awareness or the movement, which because there's enough space, it expands and contracts and expands and contracts. But you know that most doctors take the Hippocratic Oath, and part of that is I commit myself to the service of healing those who are suffering, particularly through the body, which means I will help the soldiers of my own country when they are wounded, and I will help the soldiers of the opposite country when they are wounded, even if they've been trying to kill our soldiers. And linked with that is the abhorrence that we have for the doctors who work in torture chambers to say, stop there, otherwise you're going to kill them, and they're going to pass out now. I would reduce the electric current. So they're absolutely implicated in that. That's a very, if we go back to the first bit, it's very, very demanding to think, I will give equal care to the enemies of my people, especially if some of my people have been killed, some of my family have been killed. There's a huge demand that we put onto doctors. We don't really put them onto anyone else. Very few other people are taking that kind of thing. So, you know, when we say, I will work for the benefit of all sentient beings, even those who hate my kind of people, who act against me, you're having to override your conceptual structure of the allocation of value and who's a friend and who's an enemy, but also the visceral antipathy, because these fucking people, they did that, which, you know, we all have to some or less degree. And it's really quite an exercise, and perhaps we don't honor what is done by doctors in these conditions enough. That healing is an incredible thing to offer to everyone, just on the basis that you're hurt. It's a bit like these free kitchens, the langar kitchens that the Sikhs have. They feed anyone. So the Muslims have been attacking the Sikhs a lot, but if a Muslim came, they would be fed, because you're fed because you're hungry. And the hunger comes before any identification. Your only entry ticket is that you're hungry, not that you're one of us. So I think the fact that we become a bit sensitive to these things is marvelous. Okay, should we have a break? We have these 2 sessions tomorrow morning. Okay, so we start with the Refugium Bodhicitta and then go straight into some sitting. Okay. So in the text you've gone through these various stages of inquiry, each illuminating certain assumptions or positionings we might take up. And then at the end, he has this short section we looked at yesterday on non-meditation, which is essentially seeing that these three aspects of the Buddha are already present. So he has this second quotation, without thinking about. So if you're going to think about something, there has to be something you can think about. It starts with the identification, something is happening, what is it, and so on. If we don't respond to that, whatever it is that is arising will dissolve by itself. So as soon as you go into thinking about, you're leaping ahead of the phenomenology, of the actual nature of the phenomena, because they're going to vanish. So the consciousness that wants to make sense, we want to allow that to quieten. So if we're in a state of agitation and we don't have a great time to sit, it's very useful to do something that will ground us, like for example the 9-round breathing we did early on. Do some physical movement, do some brief focusing on the breath. When you gathered a little bit more, relax into this spacious ground and be exactly with whatever's happening. If you're too ahead or too behind, you'll enter into the experience of subject and object. So the mind has a rhythm, or the display has a rhythm, and we find that rhythm by not coming to it already with the rhythm. So if you're worried about something, say some family member's sick and you keep thinking about them, that rhythm of agitation makes it difficult to allow how thoughts are coming and going, because there's already an organization. So again, in that sort of state, the key is don't try to struggle against the state of arousal. If you can't do anything, go for a walk, have a shower, do some stretches, and then come back into it. Because if you struggle, that will just increase the agitation. So not thinking about means there are thoughts. And as we looked at the end yesterday, these thoughts don't require us to do anything. So we can explore this perhaps more easily in the breaks. You go outside, you look at the different plants, motor cars, people. It is what it is, or rather, it is as it is, and you stay with that, and it doesn't require you to do anything. The tree shows itself, the bush shows itself, and the thoughts that you have about it don't add value to the tree, they develop your interpretation. So, giving yourself a holiday, just relax in pure receptivity, the showing of how it is, and then there's nothing to think about. Looked at this several times. The object that we focus on is the object generated by our own mental activity. So by not trying to work out what it is, we see how it is, it's self-arising, self-vanishing, and so there's nothing to think about. then he says, without considering. So like, considering here means like holding something in mind, so you get more sense of it. So it's kind of apprehending what is there. It's, if you like, letting the object speak to you, but it's already become an object because you're considering it. So don't do anything with what's arising. Trust the freshness of the arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing. As we look, there's no hidden treasure to be found by conceptual analysis. The hidden treasure is visible in the display of what's arising. So that's how we experience these three kayas: the emptiness of the mind itself, the Dharmakaya, the ceaseless flow of display, of experience which is ungraspable, and our participation in the world, which is a moving world of co-emergent experience. In none of these integrated aspects of our experience is there anything solid, self-existing, separate from the field. So this is what is so challenging for many of us. We've been so trained to believe that developing and focusing our mental activity will help us get more out of life, make more progress, get to the heart of things. And here he's saying, actually it's the other way around. The more you develop this mental activity, oh, they're bombing London again. Good luck, boys. Something's occurring. What is it? We don't know. The desire to know takes you into stupidity. And this completely contradicts the trajectory of our modern world, where we depend on information technology, greater and greater databases which can be processed, considered, patterns generating. This is going completely the other direction. There is no need to interpret what's occurring because it is self-revelatory. It arises and vanishes. In a sense, that's all you need to know because that's all there is. Everything else is your own thought production. Now, when we go to the Nirmanakaya and we're in the world with others and we're participating, of course we need thought production. But that thought production is within the field of emptiness. This is the gesture of kindness or communication that we take on patterns in order to have dialogue with other patterns. But none of these patterns has any inherent essence to it. So this is why seeing the ground, the open empty ground, the Dharmakaya, is vital. And so if we're sitting in the meditation and the mind gets hooked actively to try to work out what's going on, it's going to cover over the sight of self-arising and self-liberating. So without considering, without examining, which is a similar thing. What is it? Is it good for me? Is it bad for me? It's already vanishing. It's already vanishing. So open and empty, elusive, ungraspable, the Sambhogakaya, bright, luminosity, moment by moment, this and this and this and this, but nothing to catch. So when you start to examine it, what you're examining is your interpretation and your reification. What we heard was we think it's a plane, we might think it sounds like quite a big engine, or the plane's quite low. You start to examine it from the point of view, I'm here, I imagine the source of the sound is out there, and then you try to work out what's going on. It's not relevant, because the sound's already vanishing. If it was this kind of plane or that kind of plane, that's your mind, that's your own mental activity. It doesn't take you to the thing itself, because there isn't a thing itself. There's a momentary patterning, which is like this. Then he says, without meditating. So meditation tends to be a kind of gainful activity. You're trying to do something, you're trying to develop clarity, or purify something, or visualize something. You're focusing your attention. So you don't need to do anything of that, because the arising of experience is where it is. And if you're here, just here, in the here and now, you don't need to work. Remember this, examine for yourself. Don't take what I say as a dogma or something to believe, but there's only really two aspects. There's stillness and there's movement. So if we rest in the stillness, which is the openness of the here and now, the movement of everything is also within this here and now. This is the conjunction or the non-duality of stillness and movement. What we experience is movement. Whether it's through the senses, like sound, like the experience of seeing what's here, it's just experience. It's the self, or the easy or intrinsic revelation of the potential of the ground. Something comes and it goes. Something comes and it goes. And as I indicated earlier, if we start saying, but why is it like this? And what does it mean? These are very important questions for the ego, but in terms of awareness, they are meaningless. They are meaningless. So we always have this choice point. If you're trying to communicate with other people, you have to be able to give some kind of account of what you're experiencing and how it feels for you. So you need to mobilize concepts and create pictures and share them and have discussions and so on. That, if you like, the Nirmanakaya level, in a sense, for meditators or practice people or people who want to abide in presence, that is only safe if the starting point of engaging in that dynamic dialogue is openness and evanescence. The evanescence is like bubbles in sparkling water. It's just coming up and coming up and coming up. They're uncatchable, but they're undeniable. That's the luminosity of our memories and thoughts and feelings. The empty space, though the emptiness of awareness never changes, the potential of that emptiness is always moving, and within that you can pattern for the purposes of connectivity. So it is having dissolved some of the assumptions and beliefs that we ordinarily carry about. We go through the stages of this practice, and then it's not so much trusting or believing in, it's more simply being with how it is, and the revelation of the integrity of the three kayas keeps us from falling into intoxication with the reified other. Because the reification of the situation, the solidification of it, like I'm talking with you guys and we're here together, you can slip into that very quickly and then it's gone. It's a movement of the mind. And the more we see that every movement of the mind, whether it's full of wanting more or wanting less, making things solid or trying to make them vanish. These are just side movements. So there's a kind of toy that children have. Often it's made of plastic and it's got a round cone-like top in the form of a clown, and it's got a round base, and the base is quite heavy. So you hit it and it goes back again. It goes off balance, rebalance, off balance, rebalance. Whichever way you knock it, it comes back because it centers. Because of that, the side movements, you don't have to worry about. It always returns to center. What we're doing here is a little bit more subtle than that. It is as if we have moved somewhere, but because where we move is the unmoving openness of the mind, this diversity of experience is not off balance. We are balanced, we're at home, we're integral with the ground because we never leave the ground. Wherever you are, this is the Dharmakaya. Whatever is arising, this is the Sambhogakaya. However you participate, this is the Nirmanakaya. And the meaning of these technical terms becomes clearer the more we do the practice. So from that point of view, if you really see that your mind has no substance to it, it's just the site where this here and now, this is occurring, you can never get lost. You're always lost where you are. So if you, oh, here I am, then you're not lost anymore. A bit like with the image, you're asleep, you're in a dream, the dream becomes a nightmare, running, frightened, this and that. Oh, I'm in my bed. It was just a dream. So it never really occurred. It was an illusion that captured me, and I became deluded by believing that the illusion was real. It is our own belief, this is happening to me, that sort of dualistic structure, which creates momentarily unawareness of the ground. But the ground is the source of the unawareness. Ignorance is the gift of the ground. Why would it do that? We don't know. Kuntu Zampo says there is one ground, one source. In Tibetan it says chik, which means one, but there's quite a question for translating that, for example, into English, whether we should say there is one ground, which is a little bit kind of homogenizing, or whether we experience the ground is always the same. So whatever is occurring, there is the same ground, but to say there's one brings you into this discourse of one or many, which is the basic binary opposition of this second point of mental proliferation or the elaboration. So if we see everything is the same in emptiness, it's the same openness which is the source of everything which is occurring, however it's occurring. How could you be lost? We're always within the openness of the mind. Experience arises in the mind. If you didn't have a mind, you wouldn't have the experience. You have an experience, therefore, you could see, oh, my mind is revealing this experience. So then what is your mind? We look for the mind with the 5 questions. We observe the nature of the experience that arises. The mind is not a thing, and whatever arises within it has no substance of its own and is effortlessly vanishing. Oh, so it's always like this. It's always like this. Whatever is arising, happiness or sadness, feeling at ease, feeling frightened, this arises and vanishes. So then he says, without minding, without minding here has a double meaning, without applying mental activity to make sense of it, and without reacting to what's there. So something happens, never mind. Never mind. Every language has an expression like never mind. In Tibetan they say yuksha, save your breath. Don't breathe into it. In Hindi they say koi baat nahi, just like never mind, tant pis. It's such an important thing, isn't it? Because something happens and a colleague or someone in the family is starting to lock onto something. So, leave it, never mind. Let it go.
What's this in German?
Lass gut sein.
Pass to joy.
We have regional differences.
So we get the idea, it's a kind of unhooking, isn't it? You're just on the point of engaging and it revving up, let it go. And it just goes by itself. Because as soon as you have that, we see immediately the impermanence of what it was that was going to catch us. It seemed so strong, so important, and it's already over the horizon, it's gone. So, not minding is again a way of saying, allow the actual to show itself. The actual is self-liberating, but if you work on it, you make it artificial, and that artificial will take you here, there, and everywhere. So he says, if I can see, leave it as it is. Just let it be. That is an insult to the ego. It's an insult to your education. You think of your teachers at school saying you've got to get it right and hold the pen the right way and form the letters properly, and that's not how you spell it. All these corrections that you had so that you could do it the right way. And he is saying, don't correct the mind. It's fine as it is. Or it's complete as it is. It's Sopa Chimpo. It's Mahamudra. The great seal, it's sealed within emptiness. Nothing has ever come into existence. These are all illusory forms. So if you're trying to correct something, you're trying to alter the shape of a mirage to make it the right kind of mirage. It's ludicrous. The right kind of dream, the right kind of reflection of the moon on water. So now we come on to the final section, the conclusion. This has three parts. First, the identification of an introduction to Mahamudra. Second, analysis of obstructions, deviation and straying. And third, differentiation of experience, awakening and understanding. So the first is the identification of and introduction to Mahamudra. So he's just doing a brief review. This consists of four sets of yogas, the four that we've been considering. The determination of the ground. This is the most important one. We have usually a sense of one ground, which is me. I am the basis of my experience. I'm always here, This is my experience. This is happening for me. I'm saying this to you. My agency manifests from me. I am my own self-existing ground. So this is the false ground of the assertion of identity, of existence. This ground is a patterning of the potential of the open ground, which is not anything. So the first stage of the practice is always to put into question the seeming truth of my personal ground, I, me, myself. So we start by looking at impermanence. We look at the nature of suffering, that this ground of me is actually quite vulnerable, quite frightened. It's not as stable as it presents. It's affected by events. So then we have the sense that I, me, myself is a kind of, it's a mode of participation, but a mode of participation which limits access to the open field because it has an agenda. We all like things and don't like things. So for example, I can't remember in Frankfurt airport, but if you go to the British airports, they're highly commercialized. So you go through the bag thing and then you come in to this hall of horrors, endless perfumes, the air's full of this fucking stink, and you have to go through it, you know, which some people must experience as good, because you see them going and sniffing away and think, I just don't want to. So that's where you directly see it's interpreted. There is not one single thing in this whole world which everyone will agree is good, nor one single thing which everyone would agree is bad. So this is because judgment and evaluation comes from the limited sight of our own karmic condition, our own family development and so on, which is my share of the world, what I access. So what's shining for someone else is not shining for me. Last night the music was playing, people were dancing, and I said to someone, are you not going to dance? And they said, oh, when they play my music. And it's that kind of thing. Yeah, this is music, but not really for me. I can't find access into it. So that's the same with so many phenomena. So we've looked at this in various ways about if I'm going to be available to all beings, I can't keep myself reverberating, echoing inside this narrow chamber of my own likes and dislikes. I have to release myself from it into the open ground. The open grounds, my mind is unborn. My patterns move in the unborn space of open awareness. Many of the patterns we pay most attention to are repetitive, and because it's like, you know, you hear the tune again and again, it's almost like the tune's coming through you. In English they call it an earworm, that something gets into you and it's going through you, and you find yourself singing a song you don't like. Yeah. So you're just going round and round that. That experience catches us, and in that immersion, in that identification, that alignment, you lose the open awareness. So our basic practice is always not to be seduced by arisings, but to see that all arisings arise from the ground, and the ground is always open and empty. Therefore, all arisings are, in this technical sense, illusions. They appear, they have the impact of the appearance, but they have no self-substance. This way, by looking again and again, we start to see this self, myself, I, me, myself, my basis for participating is in the flow of experience. I am a movement or a moment of arising experience, and each arising experience vanishes. So I'm not one thing, I'm like a dynamic collage of things which are moving. Sometimes, if we're more settled, we're more like one of these mobiles that was popular in art in the 60s, where you've got a string coming down and then usually some kind of loop piece of metal, more strings hanging from them, then more strings and more strings, and it's moving in the wind. There's quite complex appearances are being demonstrated in that movement. And sometimes it's just turbulence. Who am I? What do I want? How shall I live? If you open it up with these questions, it's often ungrounding. I don't really know. What shall I do? From the Dharma point of view, that's exactly the point. To say, the anxiety you're feeling is because you've been living a lie. You've been living according to the dream that you truly existed, and therefore you should know what you want and know what you're going to do, and there should be that will to power kind of clarity, but you can't find it. So you've been oriented inside a delusion. As that falls away, it's scary for the one who's trying to hold on to it, which is your false basis, your over-identified with patterning of manifestation. And if you can stay on the point of that, scary as it is, you just, okay, this is it, this is how it is. Whew. It dissolves because it's always vanishing. It's always vanishing. I am not a thing. I arise as the patterning of ungraspable energy. And from that, I arise as a participation in the world in which my patterning is co-emergent with the field. So how I'm going to be is part of the field. And if we're attuned, that's actually how it is. It's only if you become cut off and schizoid and you just dance to your own tune that you can disregard what's around you. That's a strategy of power. Many powerful people in the world are like that. They don't listen, they just enunciate. But if we're participants, if we're connecting, we are formed in the moment of the connection. It's not all up to me. The potential I take to be mine is the potential of the field manifesting through this transient formation with this particular environment. How shall I behave? It depends. So the more we really experience co-emergence, the arising together, the first thing that happens is responsibility slips off our shoulders. It can't all be up to me if we're going to be connected, because how you are will be part of it. So even if you've got a small baby, you're going to take them to the park, you get the buggy ready, you take all the things, extra nappies and so on, and cream and a hat and the water and this and that, and you're all set to go. Ooh. Another poo. That's a lot of poos this morning. So you got to get the baby up and clean them. So it's not up to you. I'm in charge, I'm responsible, that's true, but it's a dynamic interactive field. So my responsibility is to be available to relate with you within the field. So if you're a parent in charge of a child, part of your responsibility is to pay attention. If you're coming near a dog, does the dog look a bit kind of scary? Is it likely to frighten the child? So you're scanning things in a relational way, but nothing is clearly established as fixed. So you're alive. So in that sense, co-emergence leads you to the effortless arising of mindfulness. That instead of practicing mindfulness as if from a position of the outside, this is something I have to maintain, if I'm part of it, I'm mindful. I remember when I was in India, in villages, you'd often see women, 2 or 3 women sitting together, and they would have small babies, and the babies they're on the mud floor, and they sort of start crawling away, and the woman just reaches out and grabs the foot, pulls them back in again. You come here, you come here. And it's like that thing, just they're mindful of the field, they're mindful of where the baby's, they're not obsessed by the baby, they're not worried about it, but it's just, oh, here we're not doing that now. And the baby just succumbs into that. It's such a nice thing, not making a big deal of it. And these wonderful little trousers that Chinese kids have.
Yeah.
That they've got this split open at the back. So every time this kid squats, the trousers open so that they can poop straight through. And then they get up and their bum's covered again. Amazing. That should get an international design award. So for us, when we reflect on how we've been in the retreat and what we've experienced and what we've managed to open to, the most important thing is to start having a sense of what are the factors that support you in opening to the ever open, and what are the factors that impede that opening. Are these external factors, what other people say or do? Are they somatic? Are they in your body? Is it about sensations? Some people have chronic pain, which catches their attention and which can feed into thoughts of despair or objectification. Each of us has to see, okay, the teaching says again and again, the mind is open. But I experience, I, me, myself. That's a closure, an enclosure within the open. In the 18th century in England, there was a new act came in Parliament about permitting enclosure. Because before that, every village would have had a lot of common grazing ground. Anybody could take their geese out there, or their goats, or their sheep, or their cow. It was for everyone to use. But gradually, the landed gentry started to push for the ownership of the common land, and the common land became smaller and smaller. So it's the marking of limits that say, this is mine. It's not ours, it's mine. That's where we lose the open field, the field of participation, and we get established in our isolation. Now, there are some gains in isolation, because you can regulate the feeling tone of your world, and you want it to be predictable. So now you put an ownership onto this field and the bit of forest behind. It is obvious that any pheasant, any wild pheasant bird with a big long tail at the end is mine. It's in my land. I didn't put it there, it's there. And if you get it, my gamekeeper is entitled to shoot you. You are a poacher. And people were sent, in chains, in manacles to Australia for poaching, for catching 2 salmon in the river. The landowner didn't put the salmon in the river. Salmon swam up the river, but as soon as they crossed the boundary into my land, my river, it's mine. Remarkable. So these external formations help us see how our mind works. This is mine. And we put a fence, a wall around it. So when we see that the ground is empty, how would you build a wall on emptiness? How would you build a barrier in the sky? Possible. You have to first reify, define, separate, and then you can start this ownership campaign. So we have a tendency, we have a long legacy of ownership, of asserting our own unique right of access to certain domains. So this is a common limit to understanding emptiness. So as we looked before, if I get the stone, it's a nice stone, if I get the stone, I've got it in my hand, it feels good, but the stone has got me. This second part is often not very clear to us because we've got something, there seems to be something. I remember that going for interviews to work in certain clinics, and I got the job. Then I'm up very early in the morning, going into the underground to get to the clinic to see the first patient. I am now the prisoner of this job I was so longing to have. I'm now entrained into the consequences of having taken on that identity. So the free gesture, this is what I really want. You then find, oh, this has installed a limitation in my sphere of operation. Does that make sense? Yes. And of course, that's part of our operating in the world to earn money and so on. But the question then is, while I'm in this job, or if you have kids, while you're endlessly busy looking after these kids and you feel that your big free world has contracted into nappies and shopping and cooking, I never wanted this. I never thought I would have that. I saw my mother had this, but I didn't want to have this, and now it's like that. It is like this. So can the hand be open and closed at the same time? The potential of the hand is still there when it's wrapped around taking care of a 1-year-old, or getting to work on time, or having to do your tax returns, or get the car, its MOT, or whatever it would be. There are demands, there are necessities. You can feel a diminution of your freedom, but actually this is a formation of the potential. And if we see that this is arising from the ground and it's tingling because the sensation in my hand as I squeeze the stone, I haven't actually lost the freedom, but the freedom is being offered freely to this particular to this particular configuration. So this is my mode of freedom at the moment. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Because in that way you can occupy whatever your situation is. I think I've told some of you probably several times about when I worked in one London hospital in the Northwick Park. They had a very, very long corridor. And when I would go from one department to another, I have to walk down the corridor, and they were, I don't know why, but they seem to be carrying out an awful lot of amputations there. It'd be usually men, probably heavy smokers with diabetes, and they'd be in a wheelchair, and they'd be rolling in the wheelchair, getting used to it. And some of the people would have a race, and whee, they were zooming down, and others are hardly moving, and they're just weeping. They're thinking, what the fuck? This is my life in a bloody wheelchair. Someone else is wiping my bum. I can't bear it. I don't want to be alive. For other people, it's just, wow, this is new. And it was such a kind of impact for me. Oh, it's not a done deal. You don't have to be the prisoner of your situation, however it is. You can reinvent, reformulate, because it is imaginal. It is a movement of the mind. And if the mind tightens around something, like the hand around stone, this is the hand. This is a gesture of connection with the stone. This is my wheelchair. This is how I live. So then you need to be aware of public toilets, of which undergrounds have wheelchair access and so on. You have a different world to explore, different relationship with yourself. It's experience. It's experience. If you've got a bad hip and you're waiting 3 years to get a hip transplant and you're hippling along the street, kind of rocking from side to side, that's how you're walking. Because you can no longer walk in an easy way because you seem to get more pain. So you're trying to avoid the pain. It's putting you off balance, which is also not good for the joints. But we see people making these adaptations. This is their life. And they can think, at least I'm not getting out of the house. I can still get to the shops. I can have a chat with my friends. Or they're thinking, this is terrible. I've got to wait 3 years for my operation. I've paid my taxes. I've paid my taxes. I should be entitled to better care than this. You have a choice. A constellation arises that is persecutory, that is shrinking you and freezing you, or you breathe it out. So this is, I think, the great possibility of a text like this. It shows you how you can lock yourself in a small room. And if you're in that small room, nobody put you in that room but yourself, and nobody locked you in that except yourself. And if you see that, then you can be with it, and you find that instead of it being a crushing imposition, you stay with the phenomena, and of course they arise and vanish. So that's the determination of the ground, then practice on the path, what we've been looking at, precisely distinguishing the qualities of experience, distinguishing the signs of progress on the levels and paths, and the result becoming manifest. So he's covered that in the text. Then secondly, analysis of obstructions, deviation and straying. The obstructions of appearances arising as enemies are removed by knowing that appearances are mind. So you've had a car crash, now you're in a wheelchair or you're stuck in bed. What is happening? Then you can get all kind of readings. How is it happening? I'm breathing like this, or I'm on life support. There's kind of oxygen's coming into me through a machine. This is an experience. This is an experience. As soon as you consolidate it, I don't want this to happen, this is terrible, I'll never be able to walk again, life-changing injuries. These definitions become the limit. But the obstruction of appearances arising as enemies, I'm now constrained, I'm now defined by this event. These are removed by knowing that appearances are mind. So this is not something that has happened to me. This is not, oh my God, now I'm stuck. Because that's a conclusion. That comes from the what. Always relax in the out-breath, stay with the how. How is it? And then you have that incredible experience. Some of you may have read this book. I think they made a film of it as well. Something, The Bell Jar. It was a French guy. Does it ring any bell? Yeah. He was in the Navy, about 40, very, very fit and healthy. And for some reason, he experienced a total collapse. He couldn't move at all. He was absolutely paralyzed for about 6 months. And he wrote this book once they'd established a way that he could blink. And there was a machine that was set up, some early computer that could read the blinking and transformed it into words. It's quite a short book. But it's an incredible thing because he was in a state where you could really, really think this is a victim, because this was all he could move were his eyelids. Amazing. And yet, his kind of joie de vivre, there's something about his commitment to vitality and communication. He composes this book, and it's a path that helps him to experience himself as a participant rather than as a victim. And that's the huge turning point for him. Very beautiful book. So that's the same in any situation. Whatever happens to you, you get made redundant, your partner leaves you, your partner's angry with you all the time. Whatever the definition of how you are is coming from the other, this is an experience. Don't merge into it. Don't turn away from it. Be with it as experience. It's not the truth. It is a transient formation, and it arises and changes. And the more we do that, it's what he says, the sense of being caught or limited, this situation as an enemy, is removed by seeing, oh, this is an appearance in the mind. This is just experience, and it doesn't define me. Discursive thoughts arising as enemies means there are different kinds of thoughts, which includes memories, sensations, feelings, plans, regrets, hopes, a whole shebang. These are removed by knowing discursive thoughts as the Dharmakaya. So, whatever arises in the mind, whether the thoughts seem bright and expansive and light and connective, bon voyage! Whether it seems like that, or it seems heavy or dull, where do these thoughts arise from? They seem to be just self-existing. What's the ground here? What's the basis here? So, open. All kind of experiences are arising. They keep arising from openness, in openness, as openness. Uncatchable moments, illumination, vanish. Vanish. These are the forms of emptiness. It's not emptiness coming into form, emptiness becoming something. It is in the very moment of its presence and openness. Here it is. So this is discursive thought, is the Dharmakaya. If the mind wasn't open, you couldn't have that many experiences. So we could take the stone and we could paint a little face on it, or we could paint flowers on it. We could decorate it in various ways, but it would then just be a painted stone. It has a potential to carry the images, but it remains basically a stone. When you try to find the kind of enduring stone essence of your mind, you don't find anything. The essence of the mind is this ungraspable openness. So that's the original face. The complexion of the mind is the ceaseless flow of potential. So all these thoughts and feelings, that's just the complexion, the way the mind shows how it is at the moment. Whether it looks a healthy complexion or a sick complexion, it's simply how emptiness is displaying itself as transient formation and then gone. So that's how we see all of these thoughts are nothing other than the radiance or the brightness or the showing of the open potential. Just as the mirror is always full of reflections, and the reflections don't define the mirror, because the key quality of the mirror, it's beyond definition, and yet it's always filling. The mirror fills with what is not mirror, and yet what it's filled with is mirror. The mirror is both empty and full. Your mind is both empty and full. So the thought is the radiance of your empty mind. It doesn't become something. It's not a factory producing things. It's a sight, like the sky out there. The wind blows, the leaves move, your mind moves, and yet your mind itself, in its emptiness, doesn't move. Movement and stillness. And in that way, these thoughts and feelings are the Dharmakaya. Then he says, emptiness arising as an enemy is removed by knowing the unity of appearances and emptiness. So various people, when I've been having little chats with them, have indicated that somehow emptiness can be a bit scary, like it feels like a loss. There's an anxiety of being kind of nothing at all, that if the familiar patterns of my identification collapse, so who will I be? If I let go of anything, what will happen to me? Which of course that's what arises for us when we're not quite clear what the emptiness of the self would be. The self is already empty. All the ingredients of the mind are empty and showing. It's the patterning of the showing that we take to be I, me, myself. When we look and say, okay, let's go back to the early surrealists and Dada, going to do writing stream of consciousness. We're going to do a free flow account of how it is. We don't find anything stable in our mental structure. We have these thoughts, then feeling, they're cross-cutting each other. It looks chaotic. It's only the flow that seems to maintain a kind of integrity. All of this is only possible because it is unreal, unestablished, without any inherent existence. That's why you have the ceaseless movement of the permutations of experience. So the emptiness of the mind is the fullness of the mind. So if you open to the emptiness of your mind, you do not lose anything, you gain. Because the fullness of the mind includes all the familiar constituents of your habitual notion of who you are. Your memories, your sense of your parents, of your favorite music, whatever that would be. All of these items which reassure you that I'm still me are experiences. Say at home you've got a favorite painting, and whenever you get back home and you go into the room, you look at the painting, God, this is my home. The painting is an experience. You look at it, light comes from whatever, the light bulb or in through the window onto this shape. The light, light is absorbed, some is reflected, and this comes into your eye, and this is your painting. Your painting is a dynamic experience. The painting is a thing. What's its value? Well, who painted it? Is the frame gilt or not? Is it in a popular style? Artists' value in the art market go up and down very, very quickly. So what is it? That's up for grabs. How is it? It's a stream of experience. This is a sight of a stream of experience. That's what everything is. It's the sight of a stream of experience. So, I can't receive it if I'm full. It is my emptiness that allows me to have so much. I get more and more the emptier I am, because I receive more. I have a friend, and one of her grandchildren, who's 2 and a bit now, is really resisting coming into language and kind of insisting on doing pointing and so on. The parents are trying hard in all sorts of ways, repeating things slowly, encouraging her to speak, and every now and then she makes some little sounds and they try to build on it. She doesn't want to get into that. Now, of course, if you don't say precisely what it is you want, Mum has to pay more attention and listen. And you have a big sister, and you can get more attention than big sister by being the one who doesn't say what you want. Very political. These are the different moves that we can make in order to confirm our identity, even at the cost of a self-limitation, because it acts as a signifier in the world and people will respond to it more. So, to go back to precisely his point, he says, emptiness arising as the enemy, as something we fear, is removed by knowing the unity of appearance and emptiness. All appearance is empty. So you're not going to lose your sense of your body, your memories, your plans, your passport, the cars, the trees, everything is as it is. But now you see, oh, these are the forms of emptiness. Nothing is lost, but you gain more pliability, more flexibility, more ability to engage with what's there. Because if we free the items of our world from their seeming catchability, their seeming definability, we get more sense of them as a potential, and then it's always, let's see. But that desire to hold on. So, for example, in our short Padmasambhava practice, we have this prayer, the Mita Gyudku, which means like encouragement through impermanence. It's written by Rigzin Godem, and he's saying, I've renounced all these things that I used to rely on. He's in retreat when he writes this. And he's eating his tsampa out of a little bowl. And then he realizes, I love this bowl. This bowl is my bowl. And so he says, but I am persecuted by the items of my daily use. Because he realizes it's not just a functional object. I'm investing this with an identity which is reassuring to me. So even though you've got almost nothing, this can be important. So in India, you see these sadhus and they're putting these 3 ash marks of Shiva on their forehead and on their arms and so on. They're often naked or they're wearing just a little tiny loincloth. And the sign. And if they're Vaishnav, they're putting a line up maybe with a yellow trishul. There's so many ways of painting, signifying what I follow, who I believe in. I've renounced the world. I live in the forest, and this is me. And tourists can take photos. So when we see that, it's not a contradiction. Even the egotistical turn that says, look at me, I'm special, is a form of emptiness. Everything is unborn. So these castles which we build and which seem to limit and constrain us, they're castles in the air. We don't have to get rid of them. The external renunciation is not the issue. What is it then that has to be renounced is the belief in the inherent existence of people and phenomena. That is a projection, a false interpretation, that is muddying the water, that's obscuration. So if you don't add this toxic ingredient of seeing the reality of things, we see these are not things, these are moments of experience. And as soon as we have that, we have the self-liberation of experience. So he says the three sites of deviation are attachment to the experiences of calm abiding, which is removed by advancing to vipassana, true seeing. These three sites are what can happen if you really calm your mind so that there's no disturbance. You start to have what I call like meditation experiences, or jnana. And these are transient experiences, but they can be quite insistent. So you have an experience of no thought, the mind's just open. That's a little bit dull, it's not quite free. And you have bliss, you have a rising feeling through all the body or parts of the body. And you have luminosity or clarity. So these are the three main kind of experiences that you have. Each of these can be taken as a sign of progress, as something to maintain, as something that is reassuring that you're really on the path. And they're sites of deviation because there's nothing there to get from them. And if you go after them, like some people get lots of visions in their meditation, or they get an experience of a kind of peak experience for a day or 3 days in which everything seems luminous. They don't have to experience any disconnection from the world. It's just amazing openness. And then gradually the brightness of this descends, and then it becomes a memory. And then you can be tormented by that memory, because that peak experience came to you, it was a gift, it's not in the palm of your hand, and you try to recreate it, and this makes your meditation false. So it's the same thing with these meditation experiences. You take them as being important and valuable, and so you want to get more of them. So the instruction, certainly that I got, was to, this is when you use PET. If you're getting a special experience or a vision, you should immediately disrupt it, because otherwise it will create a kind of little closed whirlpool where you chase your own tail round and round. Then the four sites of straying into lostness are loss of the true nature of emptiness is stopped by emptiness arising as compassion. So, when you have emptiness as empty, just open and empty, you lose the true nature of emptiness, because we remember the Heart Sutra. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Consciousness is emptiness, emptiness is consciousness. So if you've only got empty, and you're putting this up on a pedestal, this is the true nature of the mind, nothing at all, you think, this is lost. What you need is to open to the movement of the mind as the flow of kindness, as the flow of connectivity, and see that that connectivity is inseparable from emptiness. Everything you do, making someone a cup of tea, talking with them, hearing their sad story, this is the space of emptiness open to movement. So if you hold emptiness apart from form, from all the possibilities of manifestation, this is how you get lost with it. Because it's as if you're trying to maintain the purity of emptiness by not having it contaminated by experience. This is a delusion. How could experience, which is unborn and without inherent existence, damage emptiness. So it goes back to that example of Dangwa, the crystal ball put on the red cloth or the green cloth. Different situations, the openness of our mind, the emptiness of mind is suffused with different colors, like sadness or happiness or a willingness to help people or a bit of a wariness. This feeling tone goes through it. It is empty. It is patterns of the potential of emptiness. And so in that way, don't block movement as if you had to do that in order to find true emptiness. Because true emptiness is never in opposition to or contradicted by formation. He says the loss of sealing is stopped by awakening to the way things are as they are. Sealing, if we remember Mahamudra, mudra can mean the seal that's put on a royal document. Once this seal into the wax is affixed, it finishes it. All the big Tibetan lamas had their own seal, metal seal that leaves an imprint. So the loss of sealing is stopped by awakening to the way things are as they are. So when you seal things, if you seal them in the openness of the mind, everything is empty. Everything is the luminosity of that emptiness. But once you get into sealing events, so you're having to deal with each one as it comes, it's as if you're on a conveyor belt in a factory. This, and it's empty, it's empty, it's empty, it's empty. So in the Heart Sutra, when they're going through all the things which are inseparable for emptiness, that's not the end of the story. Volvos are empty, Mercedes-Benz are empty, BMW are empty. A lot of things are empty. The tires are empty, the steering wheel's empty. The more you see different things and you're trying to catch them in emptiness, that can be very difficult. It is the ground that is emptiness. The empty ground guarantees or reassures, or is the Mahamudra, the great seal, whereby everything which arises in, from, and as the ground is empty, of its own origin, of its own sphere of arising. So he's saying the loss of sealing, the sense that things are not sealed, that if I don't make effort to hold things in emptiness, they'll turn into real things again, because you get caught by an upsurge of emotion or regret, and self and other seem to vibrate. The seal is slipping away. I'm back in duality. So he says, when this happens and you seem to be finding yourself trapped in duality, this is stopped by awakening to the way things are as they are. So you have regrets. Oh, why did I do that? I shouldn't have done that. All you have to do is just, like the Tibetans say, you know, if you had a hair in a lump of butter, you have to just hold it and pull on it very, very gently. You don't want the hair to break. Just easing this hair, which is in, as they patted the butter, it got mixed in with it. So you've got to take it very, very gently. So in this situation, all of these events that are occurring, how is it? You've slipped into saying what it is. I fucked up, I made a mess, I shouldn't have done that, I've spoilt my life, I'll never meet someone again, I'll never be in a relationship again, what did I do, why did I say that? This kind of heavy recrimination that can go on. In that moment, I hate myself. It's a thought. If you believe it, it seems to be a referent. It seems to be telling me about me. When you stay just with the phenomenology of that thought, it's arising and vanishing, and in its vanishingness, it shows its illusory nature and that it actually has no power to define anything. But if you believe in it, wow, it nails you down. You can feel terrible. You can go towards suicide. Or, certainly if people suffer from bipolar disorder, if they come into a manic phase and the ideas are speeding up, you see how incredibly vulnerable you can be if you take your thoughts seriously. People set fire to their house. I've had patients throwing all their furniture out the window, patients ending up having sex with 20 people in a weekend just because it seemed a necessity and right. They're carried away by the idea. But the idea had no substance, no truth in it. But if you fall into it, you're carried away. So that's what he's saying here is awaken to the way things are as they are. How is this? How is this? Arising and vanishing. I hate myself. Arising and vanishing. The semantic content is resting on top. Like sometimes you get a fountain of water coming up and you put a ball on the top and the ball's sort of dancing around on the water. So it's like that. The basis of these strong assertions is just a flow. There's nothing there. It's our own merging into it that makes it the truth about me, because me is a belief. This semantic phrasing is a belief, or is revealed to us through our belief, and then we get the conclusion. I thought to myself, what did I do? How small your world becomes then. Your world is shrunk by illusion. Believing illusion to be real, you are deluded and trapped in delusion. So he says, stay on the point. Stay here and now, whatever's happening. If it's wonderful or it's terrible, stay on that point. Oh, it's self-liberating. It's vanishing. There was nothing there to get merged into. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back and finish the text. So we've already done the first two of the four sites of straying into lostness. And the third is going astray with the antidote is stopped by the inseparability of the thing to be discarded and the antidotes. So you go astray with an antidote when you make it special. So if you have a sickness, you go to the doctor, you get a prescription, and you're getting the prescription because it stands in relation to your condition. So with this phlegm that was going deeper and deeper in my chest, I was prescribed some antibiotics, 2 a day, for 7 days. You have to take the whole course. You can't stop it early, even if you feel better. You shouldn't go on the black market and try to get more. The antidote is titrated to the nature of the presenting problem. So, Dharma is full of antidotes, like building stupas and offering mandalas and so on. You could spend your whole life doing kind of virtuous activity, and you do it because it's a good thing to do. So you go into a long-term retreat, you don't speak to other people, and you're just doing this antidote. What you're missing out on is the provocations that would show you that the antidote's not working very well. So you feel fine in retreat, and then you have to go back into your relationship or see your mum. So you need the antidote and the problem to be there at the same time, because that's the reason you have an antidote. Because if you don't have a problem, you don't need to do an antidote. So in this Mahamudra text, he's showing very, very clearly the problem is always relying on conceptualization, on the what and the who and why and so on, and not paying attention to the immediacy of the how. So going astray with the antidote, getting too in believing that it's very, very holy, is stopped by the inseparability of the thing to be discarded, like I get distracted, and the antidote. So when we began the first bit, we're talking about we can follow after our thoughts and feelings and so on. So we do shamatha, this shine, calming, which can be on the general level on the breath, or it can be held in place by an object, the pebble, the painted discs, the statue of the Buddha, and so on. You do the practice because you have a problem. When the problem lessens, to continue to do that practice would itself become a problem because you're limiting yourself when there are other things you can attend to. So the thing to be discarded, the distraction, you apply the antidote, which is only an antidote for that problem. It's not necessarily a good thing in itself. So it appears that there are many, many, many kinds of antibiotics, and they become specific for different conditions. I think that's correct. So you need to know what is the problem before you identify which specific antibiotic you're going to prescribe, at what dose, for how long, and so on. It's the same. What is the problem? So for some people, doing years of this calm focusing practice may be very important because they may have a great deal of turbulence, they're distracted all the time, they're easily distracted and frightened by things that happen, they're ungrounded. And this preparation practice will pay them dividends, will be very useful as they progress further down the path, but they need to get that sorted out because the anxiety and fear and distraction that's there is like a structural fault. And if you don't, like with a house where the foundations aren't good, you have to underpin them. You know, you can open up and pump in some concrete and so on. But if you don't attend to that, the whole house could slip over. So you have to get to know yourself to see what is this problem. Like I'm identifying this kind of problem, but more particularly, how does it arise for me? Is there an internal trigger, an external trigger? And then through going to the teacher or going into the text, you find the antidote and you apply it until the problem starts to diminish. Because the problem and the antidote are born together, or they arise together. So I got some antibiotics for this phlegm in my chest. If I had some other condition, this would not be an antidote. The specificity of the problem and the specificity of the antidote come together. So each of these stages that he's taken us through is a kind of antidote. It's not necessarily an antidote for blocking what's occurring, but an antidote, for example, for misinterpreting what is arising, so that you see it more clearly. You see that, oh, whatever arises is not other than the ground from which it arises. So in that way you antidote the isolation, the reification of the phenomena. Then fourthly, you have going astray with regard to the path is prevented by awakening to the simultaneity of arising and liberating. So when we learn a practice, for example, doing the Guru Rinpoche practice, maybe become somebody's daily practice, and they have a shrine and some picture, even a sculpture of Padmasambhava. They read books about Padmasambhava. They think of going on pilgrimage to places in India, the Himalayas associated with Padmasambhava. It's becoming a stronger focus in their life. This is something I have to do. It's not that that is a wrong or a bad thing to do, but now that we've started to look at the how of our experience, what is the issue that I'm wanting Padmasambhava to solve? My isolation, my lack of integration with the ground. So we pray to Padmasambhava, come, please, bless me. Dissolve me in your light so that I can manifest in this appearance and emptiness mode. And the thing that's holding me back is this solidification, this strong habit. I have to purify it. That is a particular reading of the situation. So if we take what he's been pointing to in this text, I can't stop experiencing myself as a thing. Oh, then you should do this practice, maybe Dorji Sempa, whatever. Okay. So if we don't go around that the antidote path, we say, okay, how is it when you experience yourself as a thing? How is this established for you? How does this arise for you? As if I have this feeling, this is my body. I feel this is who I am. Okay? So how do you experience the basis that holds this belief that this is my body in place? Well, I have these sensations. I have a sensation in the lower back, and I have the sense of the weight of my head. Is this sensation of the weight of your head always there? No, at the moment it's starting to thin. Oh, so it's dissolving. So the proof of your true existence as a thing is dissolving. Okay, so take this up as your investigation. Whenever you experience a sense of this is me-ness, this establishment, this existence of I, me, myself as something separate from the environment, don't merge with it, don't push it away, just try to go on top of it that we've looked at before, on the point when the sensation or the memory or the feeling is arising. What happens then? This moment of the experience is there and it dissolves. It may be, you may agitate it so you get a similar experience coming again, and then agitation and again. So you have a sequence of experience, but each is arising and passing, like the waves in the ocean we looked at before. Oh. So on the basis of these many different moments, I'm building up a kind of portfolio sense or basis for who I am. I'm identifying the enduring me being me-ness on the basis of this accumulation of moments. Oh, but each of these moments is gone. So, if you're the parent and you're giving your child €1, so I give you €1 on Monday, €1 on Tuesday, €1 on Wednesday. At the end of the week, you say to the child, how many euros have you got? None. But I gave you €7. But I bought sweeties. The euro vanished. But that was €7. That's a lot of money. But I don't have any money. I like sweeties. So it's like that. Your thought has vanished. Your thought has vanished. You got the thought, but you swallowed it. into the great emptiness of your mind. Like, you know, on the Vajra, it's got these 4 prongs coming up, and it's got an animal's head on it. This is a Makara, which is like Leviathan. This is the monster of the deep that can swallow ships. It's a symbol for emptiness. It swallows everything. This is the nature of impermanence. Everything vanishes into emptiness. So, if you stay with the simultaneity of arising and liberating, that it's like this wave motion. It's coming, and it's going. As soon as it reaches the peak, it moves from coming to going. So what is the path for? Where am I trying to get to when every step is dissolving? I want to get there. Where is there? I read in the book that I could be able to do this. There are these 10 bodhisattva bhumis, 10 levels, and you can progress them. When you read about them, a thought came in your mind. Yes. Where is that thought? It's gone. Where did the thought come from? Here. Where did it go? Here. No need for a path. You're here. So that's what it's meaning. The ego wants to be the agent, the active force, to make something happen. But if we stay with the actual phenomena of experience, there is nothing that needs to be done, because everything that occurs is self-liberating. So then we come on to the last section of the text. Differentiation of experience, awakening, and understanding. Awakening through hearing and reflection on the way the mind abides is called understanding. This is just, he's making a point about terminology. There's not much depth in this, but he's saying, what is understanding? It means to understand how the mind abides. And we do this through our hearing or our study and reflection on our experience, that whatever the mind seems to lock onto dissolves. The mind, this active dualistic movement, where does it abide? It's always here. The movement of the mind is occurring. The mind is within the mind itself. The mind is an aspect of the mind itself. The mind itself is ungraspable, unborn, and the formations that make up my mind, my thoughts, my intentions, move as gestures, as patterns within this space of emptiness. So the mind is like the wind moving in the sky. It's like the breath energizing, activating the body. It's a movement within the mind itself. The mind itself is empty. Everything within the mind itself is empty. The mind is the dynamic patterning of illusory appearances arising in the field of illusory appearances. So that is understanding. One-pointed awakening to the general way of how it is called experience. So the general way of how it is ungraspable impermanence. Everything we see, whether it's sounds or tastes, or being here in the Berghof, now is the time most of us will be leaving. We weren't here, we arrived, we got to know the place, we started to feel at home in the place, and now we're on the point of preparing to leave. So, how it is like this. No situation remains the same. Even if you stay, you've got a house or a flat and you're always there, it's your familiar territory, That's an idea. The actuality, the immediacy of the phenomena of being in your flat is influenced by the seasons, by your health, by whether you're happy, by whether you're sad, by many, many different factors. Your flat is not a thing. Your flat is a potential for experience which you engage with according to whether you're alone or lonely or in love or tired or drunk. The potential reveals different patterns according to how you move with it. So that's experience. We have different experiences. So then, having had many experiences of your flat, you realize, oh, it's not a thing, and I'm not a thing. All the efforts to stabilize my existence by fixed interpretation of what I take to be reliable patterns is a delusion, because the reliable patterns are also impermanent. So if I stay here and now, my flat is the, if you like, the object side potential. My living in the flat is the subject side potential, and these two potentials, as they interact, give rise to all the many diverse experiences of being in the flat. The flat is the flow of experience. This actuality of the flat is hidden by your assumptions of the flat. It's exactly the same, isn't it? You tell the flat what it is, and then it seems to be something, but it's not reliably so, just like telling the tree what it is. You are like this. I see how you are. Stay like that. And then the wind blows. Fucking hell, I told you. Same with your flat. I'm happy living in this flat. And then you find your boyfriend's fucking someone else. Now you don't feel happy. He was coming into my bed after he'd been with that bitch. What is that? I don't want to be here anymore. It's spoiled. People have had that experience on common. Things can be ruined by these associations. So whatever we take to be self-existing as this or as that, this is our stupidity, because the great web of co-emergence, of dependent origination, means that each formation is vulnerable to movements in the field. Therefore, open to the open, stay with the ground, stay with the dynamic potential, and allow your participation to be free, connective, and non-solidifying. It is water. It is the flow of experience. You can turn it into ice. Why would you do that? It's flow. Flow is connectivity. So whenever you grasp at something and take it as something you could rely on, you've frozen the flow. And that then excludes you from the dynamic participation. You become the observer of things. So, then the second point he makes, one pointed awakening to the general way is called experience. Direct awakening, progressing up from freedom from elaboration, is called awakening. So once you have one-pointedness, which means you can stay reasonably present with the dynamism of experience, so you have a one-pointed availability to the diversity of movement, then you enter into awakening, which comes from seeing that the mental formations which are engendered by elaboration, interpretation, and so on, actually don't do any good. So you become closer to the ground. until you see everything is inseparable from the ground. This whole rich assembly is arising, interweaving, and this is awakening. I'm awake to the fact that I am movement within stillness. I am stillness, unblocking of movement. Simply in terms of terminology, without error, they can all be called awakening. So whatever, if you like, stage on the path you're at, or whatever kind of opening you have to how it is, this is a moment of awakening. Awakening is not a thing. It's the revelation of how it always has been. So awakening is not something that I get, because I get a glimpse of the non-duality of all experience, and then that closes and vanishes. Then something else arises, and something else arises. All of this is awakening. On and on and on. It's always awakening. Because movement is ever fresh. The ground is ungraspable. There is no final point. But there is an incredible difference between being at ease in the here and now, or being shuffled up and down on the matrices of past, present, and future, of here or there. So, that's the text. Then we have the colophon, Shempen Zampo, the king of the Muslim country of Zanskar. Now that's interesting, because this text is, I think, about 350 years old. So even at that time, he says Zanskar was a Muslim country. If you go up in that area now, you're in the Muslim area of Kargil and so on, and then you go over this wide open area, long windy road by the river, and you come to the first little monastery. And if you go into that monastery, there's a statue of Shakyamuni Buddha, and if you look at it, it's got bullet holes in it, because Muslim extremists came and they were shooting at the statues. So that's the limit of the Muslim territory, and Zanskar proper is Buddhist. This king offered me a bushel, big, so a measure of volume, big wooden container, of best quality saffron pistols, and requested me, saying, "We have need of notes on Mahamudra and the 6 dharmas." Not being able to see anything reliable in any written text available for the benefit of, turn the page, for the benefit of future generations, I, Pema Karpo, composed this while staying in the southern lands at Karchu, the heart of enlightenment. May virtue and goodness arise from this. So that's his wonderful gift to us.
Wow.
What's interesting, of course, is that some books in Tibetan Buddhism are written because some maybe a dream or some impetus arises in the mind of the author. But very often in the colophon, the little concluding statement about the text, it'll be at the request of 2 monks, or at the request of this person, I wrote this, which is a very interesting thing. Buddhism is non-evangelical. It doesn't have missionaries who are going out trying to convert people. Dharma stays as it is as it is, and if for whatever reason somebody becomes interested and goes towards it, then they are welcomed, but they have to step towards it. They have to request. And when you read about, say, for example, Marpa, he goes to India. He takes with him huge amounts of gold, and he gives it to his gurus, and he asks them for the teaching, and they ignore him. Then he asks again and again and again. And same with Milarepa. Milarepa is asking Marpa for the teachings for years and years. And Marpa gives him more and more tasks to do. And when he finishes the task, Milarepa asks again for the teaching. Marpa looks the other way. Marpa gives the teachings to other people. Milarepa's being introduced to the idea that Dharma is not a transactional commodity. You give me this, and I'll give you that. It's not like that. For some people, it is like that. That's the way they are. But you, Milarepa, you can see Dharma is just this unborn openness. Don't bring it into business. It's very, very interesting. So the request is considered to be very important. Any last questions or things you want to say about our time here together? Yeah.
Thank you, James. I have two little questions, but before I want to thank you for these wonderful teachings. For me personally, this has been the most fruitful retreat that I've ever attended, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Just my personal interest, terminology on page 9, when you went over the material there, you mentioned tropa and trovo. It's not in the text, but you briefly talked about it. Could you explain to us what they are and how they relate to each other?
Oh, goodness me. What did I say? Tropa?
Tropa and trovo.
That must have been another James Lowe. Tropa. Oh, maybe Tropa Damchidan Trawa. Yeah, Tropa is elaboration. So, Tropa has a sense of something coming out, of radiance. If we were in India, we could put this stone in the sand and see this is the lingam of Shiva. You know? So an idea arises in the mind, which gets projected onto the object, is then taken to be inherent in the object. This is the image of Shiva. This is the lingam or erect penis of Shiva, which is a sense of his potency. So that's a tropa, where there's the illumination of possibilities. I mean, that's a reasonable interpretation, but then it kind of gets glued on, and then the world becomes thick with signifiers. So we have this notion, luminosity or salva. Salva always used to be translated as clarity. So clarity means, is it clear? Is it clear? Yeah. It means like you see through it. You maybe back at school, the teacher's explaining calculus and struggling with it, and then they explain it again. Oh, it gets clear. Like it becomes like a pathway. You have access to that. So that kind of clarity is the thinness of the thing you're considering, or the lack of its density that would be an obscuration. You can see through it, and that gives you that mileage. So when you get mental elaborations which solidify into a definitive understanding of what something is, it's reassuring for the ego, but blocks the way to seeing the actual unbornness or impermanence of the structures. So that's the tropa. What was the other sound?
You get the tropa and the way I understood it, trovo.
Could it have been trawa?
Could be, yeah.
Okay, because the Tibetan for this freedom freedom from elaboration, is Drukpa Kagyud Dang Trawa. Drukpa is just what I was describing there, this manufacturing of thoughts which seem to be absorbed into entities and thickening them. Tamchi means all, Dang means and, Trawa, free of, without any conceptual elaboration. So I think it was probably that. That doesn't mean the mind is quiescent, that nothing's happening. What makes the Drukpa difficult is that an association has been established. So before there was television, before there was endless adverts arising that tell you that this washing powder is the best, you had the same process going on, because you get the thing, pretty housewife bending over, showing a bit of her bum into the washing machine, smiling. Woohoo, wouldn't you like to have me at home? This is the best washing powder. And it's repeated again and again and again. So it's a message. Before it used to have that subliminal advertising with the very quick flashing. It's trying to catch you and put the idea into your mind so that when you go to the supermarket, that's the one I want, right? So that's what the Drukpa do for us. We do our advertising or our projection of belief, our discourse that this is important, and it gets embedded in the object. So now the object has added value, not because it has a better ingredient, because this ingredient is a delusion that it's truly existing and it's really the best. That's an opinion. But the added ingredient is the efficacy of the glue of belief, that when you come to believe that that's the one you want, you know where you are. When I was a student, I smoked cigarettes. I smoked Woodbine cigarettes. They tasted right for me. These were my cigarettes. And I drank Newcastle Brown Ale. And I read The Guardian. So these three signifiers of my true identity, 11 o'clock of a morning, the door opens in the Meadow Bar. First in the queue is Mr. James Lowe, a bottle of Newcastle Brown, if you please, sitting at my table. That's why I want to be first in the queue, lighting my Woodbine. Paradise. Even if there are lectures going on, this is the highest good. And it's these signifiers which confirm us to be there, which is just like children with soft toys. It's all the same kind of thing. Object constancy. You invest in the object, and it comes then to be a site of the projected value, which you can then call on. So the child doesn't want to go away without its teddy or its bunny. When it was first given it didn't have much significance, but gradually by usage, by chewing and so on, it becomes redolent with meaning, and the child finds itself through relating to the object. So the object, in a sense, the object is me. These are my cigarettes, my seat, my newspaper. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. My question was motivated by reading other Mahamudra texts that are not explicitly using these two terms, whatever they are. One understands the other as being the same, and together they move into emptiness.
Yeah.
And I never understood quite what that meant.
Okay. I mean, the key thing with this Drukpa is, this is my mind. I'm in the bar. Someone says, Jimmy, do you want to have a drink? And I say, yeah, get me a Newcastle Brown. They go, oh, they don't have any. What do you want? Kind of moment of confusion. I mean, they don't. Because it's a fucking bar in Edinburgh. Come on. They don't have the one you want. So what do I want? I don't know what I want, because that's what I want. I can't have what I want, so I'm kind of floating in space. So that's object constancy. The familiar object confirms to me who I am. So when you recognize it's not in the object, it's coming from me, firstly, I can then project this identification onto something else. Secondly, if I catch it, this is my mind. I am putting my mind into the object. I can take my mind out of the object. That's the whole thing when you're young and you fall in love with someone and you fall out of love with someone and you actually find that the one I loved is the first one's best friend, which is highly problematic. Invest, divest, invest, divest. So when you see it's the movement of your mind, all this elaboration as the creation of something, as the creation of value, just gathers and dissolves. A bit like if you've done the meditation of a great mandala, at the end all the colors are rising up like rainbows and dissolving in space. Or sometimes you see the Tibetans do these colored powder mandalas, get the whole thing together, and it takes them so long to do it, and it looks so exquisite. And then at the end, to get to the river, throw it in. So it's the dissolving away of that. But when you have habitual fixations, you don't want them to dissolve, because it's not awareness that's involved there, it's your ego self. Yep. Any other thoughts or questions?
I recently heard a Dharma teacher say, as Buddhists, we don't believe in the Big Bang. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if you have any advice for engaging with people who really have this strong belief in matter, the universe and science, how to engage fruitfully without getting into a philosophical argument, I'm right, you're wrong. Yeah.
I mean, probably avoiding that as a topic of conversation would be a good idea. Because, I mean, it's, in a sense, the Big Bang is a wonderful thing, because it says it is the origin of matter is quite mysterious. And so what you get is nothing at all, and then a gradual cohesion, and then the formation of material forms which build up and build up and build up and build up. So in a sense, it's a story of something out of nothing. What we've got a sense of is the something that comes out of nothing never leaves nothing, and so its somethingness is actually nothingness. I wouldn't be sharing that with somebody who had another view, especially because we're not evangelical. We're not trying to convince them of the truth of this. If there's no hint of interest, if somebody showed some hint, you might say, well, why don't you read that book, see how it is, we can chat in a couple of weeks. If they don't do that, there's no basis, because otherwise it's right, wrong, good, bad, and what you're having to do is become propositional. You're setting out your stall with basic beliefs and axioms. That's not really how it is. It's much more finely tuned for us. People believe all sorts of things. If you are a physicist working in particular areas, this is your pension. This is your employment. This is your promotion, getting a professorship. So these beliefs held to, used as tools to illuminate, mean, oh, you're one of us. You gave a very interesting explanation yesterday. I thought that was a wonderful lecture. So, you say the same sort of thing as me, so you're a good guy. So that's, you often get, you can get that in critique of Shakespeare, you can get it in anything. We're not contending about that, because these are formations of something. We know enough about that. We get trapped enough by that. we're not blocking the patterns of the something, but our task is to stay with the illusory nature or the emptiness of it. So all of these theories of modern physics, they are hypotheses. So that's a great thing, because in a sense, a hypothesis is a working assumption, which means the starting point is it is as if, or let us assume, or on the basis of assuming that. That is mental activity. That's our home territory. Yeah. So what you've got is various factors operating together to engender particular patterns which kind of mop up the gravy in some areas. They bring meaning and clarification. And it could be like this. This is speculative. So speculation is based on the speculum, the mirror. It's reflections in the mirror. So if we stay with that in a light way, in a curious way, then we see the movement of the mind. People believe many things. That's great. That's just what the text says. The mind, due to causes and conditions, elaborates all sorts of possibilities. All of them are empty. That's our get out of free card. Yeah? But if you take them as all vying for the truth, vying to be top dog, then it becomes problematic, because it's a field of contestation and people are looking for evidence and double-blind trials and all the rest of it. And that takes you into speculation-proof speculation. So I think not blocking people's capacity to invent ideas, you could just play with them. But I would keep, personally, Dharma in your pocket. In the Tantric tradition, it's called the secret mantra path, Guya, secret. The secret is, it requires a particular mood, a particular openness to appreciate what's there. If that mood isn't there, then you misinterpret it, you get it wrongly, you mistake it. In which case, they say you should never discuss Tantra with someone who hasn't had the same initiation as you from the same teacher at the same time. So that's the most bonded form of Dharma brother or sister. Same mandala, same time, same teacher, same practice, and you maintain that. Because that gives you the sense that the basis of your discussion is flowing together. But if they had the same teacher but 20 years apart, teachers changing, everything's changing, etc., etc. So talking about Dharma to people who are not in it is usually pointless. Why are you telling them? That's, you can say, as I was saying, say something, and if they're curious, you can feed that in some way if they wish. But you can't convert people into Dharma because it depends on ripeness. When I was in this Darjeeling area, the bus comes up the hill from the plains and it comes to this place called Sonada, which is where Kagyud Rinpoche's monastery was. And it's cut into the side of the hills. There's a long brick wall with his monastery on top. And on that wall, in cement, they had carved in bas relief Chenrezi, Tara, and so on, and painted them in bright colors. So everyone at the bus can see these very powerful Buddhist images. And then in Darjeeling itself, in a quiet outskirt residential area, down a small path, and then off a very small branch path, you came to a wooden gate without any sign on it. And you go in the gate and round the corner, and there's a house, and that's where Kagyud Rinpoche was living. Completely unannounced, no indicator at all. very different ways of approaching it. So our wish to help people and maybe bring some Dharma into the culture is great, but we can do that with things like impermanence and karma, things which are in general Dharma, but not the ones that are more sensitive, because if you like this text, it can really be a life support system. So it's very, very intimate. So if you were to say, let me tell you why I really like fucking my wife, that would be, okay, that's an interesting thing to want to tell us about. That's pretty, well, why would you want to say that? That's between you and she. That's not public knowledge. So in that's a similar thing here. It's a very intimate thing. Any other points?
Just as a scientist, if I may say, just to endorse your points,
I don't want to get into this business, but the Big Bang hypothesis per se is in question on the basis of new data. You don't believe in hypotheses.
Okay. Let it float in the air. Okay, there were various hands going up there. I think over there.
Yeah, I'd also like to say thank you very much. It's been very illuminating, very entertaining as well. There's a Buddhist list, I think it's called the 3 Levels of Wisdom. Listening, reflecting, meditating.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, we've done a lot of listening on this retreat, and as part of the program at least, not a lot of reflection and meditation. And I just wondered, is there a reasoning behind it? Is it just because you like talking?
Yes, that's all it is. I'm a sad, lonely old git who arrives here.
Is there a reason why you do it like that?
Well, embedded in what we've explored in the text is the reflection, because the reflection is applying it to different areas. I offer lots of metaphors and life examples, so that's trying to take the bare bones of it and reflect on it, which I hope then you take onto yourself. And as you go through the text in your own time, you see that it relates to your childhood, to what happens at work, to what you hear about in politics. And then the meditation is going into that which has been clear. So the map would be like, if you go over the hill there, you'll come to a really nice beach. Okay, so the next thing is you arrive on the beach. I wonder if there's any rocks under the waves. So that's the reflection. You're checking out, is it safe? And then the meditation is you dive into the water and you're swimming around. So the reflection one is checking out whether one's understood, whether the terms which are being set out are useful or not. So I hope there was some bit of reflection woven into the listening. We put together a compilation of short things that my teacher had written in the collected works of Siya Lama. And one of the short chapters at the end is about education in his monastery. And I remember him telling me that monks would come together and one of the senior monks would start to explain the text. And he said they could talk for an hour or 10 hours. There was no limit. There wasn't kind of breaking it like in a university thing. They would just keep going, go deeper and deeper into the text. So long explanations are very much part of the Tibetan thing. If you see the Dalai Lama, he can go for day after day after day unpacking these Madhyamika texts. Amazing. And there's a lot in that, but it's kind of an acquired taste. It's not really in our culture all that much. bombarded by it. Personally, because my health is a bit uncertain, I'm never sure whether this will be the last time I'll be doing this. So my commitment was to make the text as clear as possible so that it would actually be usable at another time. I'd open as many little pathways into it as possible. There are many things in the text. You read the sentence, it's like a brick wall. You've no idea what it would mean. But if you tease it out and link it out, it becomes a bit more workable. And if we link that to this other structure of the view, the meditation, the activity, how you bring it into the world, and the result, the view is always the highlighted one. So the text offers the bare bones of the view. The reflection kind of customizes it for yourself. It makes you feel, oh, this makes sense. I can see a bit how this works. And from that, you go into the meditation. So the text itself, the explanation, and your reflection on it is vital, because that's where the orientation arises. So each of these 9 yanas, 9 pathways, is a particular kind of orientation that brings up feeling tone, that gives a sense of who we are, that gives a sense of how we access the world, of how we might function in the world. So it's each one is a revelation of our potential as part of what's going on. So in a sense, they're explorations of belonging. Anything else?
Maybe I say one word and give it to you. I would also like to express gratitude and also the fact, appreciation for the group and the way we cooperate with each other. And the dancing yesterday was very transformative, and there were mantras coming up spontaneously within the group. Everything is emptiness and fuck the ego and things like that. So it was very empowering, very transformative, and it was an immense, powerful experience of flow.
Wonderful.
So it was a way of consolidating those days of absorbing and sitting and being passive. So I thought it was a magnificent way of coming together in a different form.
Super.
Much appreciation to everyone.
I mean, I think what's revealed here is how the mood of collaboration really is part of how we participate together. Whether it's, people going up tidying in the kitchen or whatever it is, there's a sense of, at least for this time, this is my world and I move in my world. So that's, I think, enormously important. Plus, this place is not a heavy top-down thing. There's no big super ego in the background. So I think it allows us to breathe and to have a sense of how we find our way. So I love this place very much. And I'm very appreciative of how we come together, especially listening to English, which for many of you is not your first language. I'm using this funny English. Staying with attention to that is quite a challenge. So it creates this mood of belonging. We are all generating this. And that, I think that transforms the whole thing, because if I was sitting up on some kind of throne, you get a completely different sense of it. Although I'm talking a lot, I'm always looking around and seeing how people are with this. So we're weaving this world together. We're weaving rainbows into a moment of a mandala, which is so precious, so rare in my experience. So thank you all. Yep. Yeah. There's one there.
Of course, I want to thank to James, and I hope you remain as long as you can with us. And I guess everyone else would agree with this, what I said. But what I like to say is, Regina and mine, we are chewing along during last winter session about a story you told us. It's the story about the Blackwood Forest. Ooh. And what happened when there's a tree is falling down, and does it make a noise when nobody is there? And of course, Regina and mine, we came to different solutions. And she said me before she went, please ask James. He would have the right answer. He would have the right answer for this. And then during these discussions weeks ago, I asked my granddaughter, and she is 5.5, and I asked her, do you know how much leaves have the Black Forest? And she found an answer for this. Yes. Are you interested in the answer?
Yeah.
Please tell us, please.
Yes, she's 5.5, and she can calculate, of course. And she said, 3,004, 5, 6, 10. And I hope maybe you have a little bit better, or I'll say it in another way. And I hope you can chew with me a little bit on this task. If there is someone who, is there a noise when there is nobody to hear it? So have there to be Hörbewusstsein, sagt man noch?
Ein was?
Consciousness.
A consciousness, a consciousness of hearing.
Aware.
Okay, so say you went into a little patisserie or whatever, and they selling just nice little fresh quiche. And you could smell the cheese coming up. You look at it. That looks delicious. How will you know? You'd have to taste it. So the smell is delicious. To get the taste, you have to put it in your mouth. Otherwise, it's just an idea. So it's the same in the forest. You see a tree falling down. I imagine it makes a noise because I've seen trees fall before, and when they hit the ground, it makes a noise. But if I can't hear the noise, I won't know. That's the difference between a concept, a conceptual projection of what is likely to be the case, and the immediacy of the experience. So we can, on the basis of prior experience, we can impute and we can imagine that something will be the case, but it's only the being there that gets that. So does a tree falling in a forest and no one hears that it makes a sound, does it make a sound? No. Because sound is what you hear. And that's where we get cheated a lot in education, where we start to imagine that the idea of something is the equivalence. You know, that the child's book where they get a drawing of a horse, that's a horse. It's not a horse. It's the idea of a horse. It's a representation, an image of a horse. Real horses are not like that. Because you're in your bed with a book. If we had a real horse in here and it did a big poo in your bed, would you go to sleep? No. So it's very experience and representation. There's a kind of, they get merged, there's an elision between them. But when we're doing this kind of practice, what he's doing all the time is kind of tilting us away from knowledge, which is predictive. I'm sure it made a noise. It would have to make a noise. Come on. It always makes a noise. In which you use mental thoughts to reassure you of the truth of your own interpretation of proposition. If you have to have the experience, then, well, if I don't experience the noise, how would I be sure that there is a noise. I am the prover, not my thought, not my learning, not my prediction, but me being here through the senses, here and now. That's where the evidence or the truth shows itself. Interesting. Yeah.
I also want to thank you for this really rare teaching, and I believe that in the moment sometimes I was like collapsing, and this collapsing was an expression perhaps of somehow my mood or something. I don't know, my consistence was not ready yet, but nevertheless I know now that text exists, and so I know that I can go through, and perhaps in one day or 1 year or 10 years I can have it, and I can hear, if everything is still available, the teaching and so on, and then I can take it again and involve again in this teaching, and therefore thank you very much.
You will die before.
I mean, there's a kind of double move in this, because in the Simply Being book, at the beginning, there's these 3 chapters from the text by Lama Chetsangpa. But it wasn't written by Chetsangpa, it was formulated by his students after he died. So we then think, wow, these guys had very, very good memories. We have a video, we have an audio recording where we get the whole shebang, and we don't have to have such good memories, which is great, except we don't develop our memories very much, so we hear it and then we forget it. So maybe we need to find a middle way, because we become over-reliant on the possibility, oh, I've got that book on my shelf, I could read it again sometime, or I could listen to that again sometime, and it doesn't actually manifest. How do we take the essence of this and massage it into us so it is our companion, so that it manifests through us? And this is going to be a question. As some of us have been noting, as attention spans go down, if we're wanting to invite younger people into these Dharma things, we need to have much shorter things in podcasts, little vignettes with pictures, maybe cartoon formations, because you've got to catch people who are not going to keep looking to see if it's interesting. It's got to get to them. And that's a very different, you know, most of us from the old days have been trained to try hard, keep going, work at it until it makes sense. But if that's not the field that you're occupying, it's going to be very different. So quite something, because we all have the possibility of bringing the mood of Dharma into the world in various ways. Tibetan culture has its ways of doing it, with building stupas and so on. Japanese culture had, you know, ikebana, with particular ways of doing flower arranging that would be imbued with a mindfulness, an aesthetic that would bring calm to the mind, that by looking at a scroll with a signature, you're kind of held by the beauty, by the movement. More of that would be very important for us in the culture, so that there's stabilization through beauty rather than striving. Okay. Oh, there's...
My question is completely different. A few days ago you were talking about prayer Dharma Keno.
Oh yeah.
And I wanted to ask which kind of melody should be used for this?
I beg your pardon?
What kind of melody should be used for this?
I'm exactly tone deaf, so I'm not very good with melodies. But it's something like... La Like that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, you sing it.
First, I want also to thank you. I appreciate that course very well. And second, I want just to save a marriage because if nobody's there with the tree, it's just a concept. And in the world of concept, falling trees make a sound.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
I would like this answer. I guess.
Good. So we're coming to the end. We have to offer our thanks to, well, the Rainer who has departed, who did most of the video filming. He's going to prepare the video, and so after some months, I guess, it'll be, because it's quite a long bit of work, it'll be made available on the Simply Being website. We also have the audio recording. Martin has been keeping an eye on that, and that also will get a bit edited, and then will also be made available.
And Waldemar. Waldemar.
Pardon?
Waldemar.
Waldemar, yeah.
And John.
Okay. And that's the way that so many people are doing things. People translating texts, working together for distribution. This is a real weaving. It makes me very happy. It makes me trust a lot that more and more people are in their adult selves. This is your world. You live in your world, and it's fabulous. It's fabulous. Also, we need to thank for the organizing function, the hospitality of the Berghof, and for the work of taking the registrations and stuff that Birgit and Martin were doing, I think, particularly.
Rainer.
And Rainer, yeah.
And Angela. And Angela.
And Angela, yeah.
The two mopses.
Huh?
The two dogs of Angela. Mopses. Mops. We're not here, but I imagine.
Yeah. Okay, so now we gradually go towards preparing to leave, loading cars and so on, and having the lunch together, and then we disperse. So it's been very lovely to spend this time with you. There's some thoughts about whether we might meet around this time next year. We need to think about that. There'll be other places that are there. It all depends on health and possibilities. But there's a saying that Tibetans have, that you may forget the Dharma, but the Dharma will never forget you. That Dharma is already in you, and so even though life gets very busy or you get confused and you don't do any practice for a while, these pathways of sweetness and emptiness are flowing through you. So never despair, even if life gets very difficult. You can say your prayers. Dharma is there. We have a lovely Sangha here. You can make alliances with people. I'm sure it's possible to reach out to people, say, I'm having a really hard time, could we have a Zoom talk? Join one of the practice groups. We have a lot of resources now that we didn't have 5 years ago even. So this is, there's much more rich containment, which is beautiful. So thanks to everyone for that. And now we into the world.